Chapter 322. Yin Shixiang only wanted to chuckle at Gu Nianji's confidence in Zhao Liangze. Is that true? How come I don't see you pouncing on your brothers, eh? Aren't you a girl? Me? Gu Nianji pointed at herself. How could I pounce on brothers, eh? He's my brother. My biological brother. Kiss my ass. Yin Shixiang couldn't take it anymore. How is he your biological brother? Oh. Brother Xiong, are you jealous? Gu Nianji teased Yin Shixiang on purpose. I see you as my biological brother too. You two are neck and neck, don't laugh at me. Pfft. You little girl, you're getting all over me. Yin Shixiang purposely tightened his grip on the towel, causing Gu Nianji to protect her hair and glare at him. Brother Xiong, just say it if you don't want to dry my hair. What kind of hero are you playing tricks behind my back? Fine, I'm just teasing you. Your hair is almost dry, just use the hairdryer and it'll be fine. Yin Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji was about to explode and stopped teasing her. He let go and put down the towel to rub Gu Nianji's half-wet hair. Nianji, was Xiao, little Zay, and I watched you grow up. Little Zay and I treat you like our biological sister. Hua Xiao also treats you like a junior. Did you forget that he always told you to call him uncle? Why haven't you called him that recently? Gu Nianji was speechless at Yin Shixiang's words. It wasn't time for their relationship to be made public yet, and even if it was, Gu Nianji would listen to him completely. His status was special, and Gu Nianji didn't want to cause him trouble. She trusted him 100%, so she couldn't refute Yin Shixiang's words. She could only nod perfunctorily. I know. You're all doing this for my own good, especially Hua Xiao. That's right. Yin Shixiang slapped his thigh again. Hua Xiao dotes on you as a junior. In the future, when you find a boyfriend and get married, Hua Xiao will definitely give you a huge red packet. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She was a bit unhappy and stood up to smile at Yin Shixiang. Brother Xiong, why are you suddenly so concerned about my marriage? I'm only 18. Why do you think I'm married? According to the law, the age of marriage for women is 20. Brother Xiong, do you want me to break the law? Which girl in the modern society would get married at the age of 18? Even if she wanted to, the law wouldn't allow it. Yin Shixiang was caught off guard by Gu Nianji and quickly interrupted her with a smile. I didn't say you were getting married right away. Find a boyfriend first, spend some time together, and then get married 2 years later. Isn't that good? I'll only be 20 in 2 years. I don't want to get married so early. Gu Nianji glared at Yin Shixiang and thought to herself, unless I marry Hua Xiaoheng. In fact, Hua Xiao still refused to acknowledge her as his official girlfriend. It was too early to talk about marriage. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she turned the gun to Yin Shixiang. I'm so young, so I'm not in a hurry at all. But Brother Xiong, you'll be 27 this year, right? Don't talk about marriage, you don't even have a girlfriend. TSK, you're not even anxious yourself, but you're actually anxious for an 18-year-old girl like me. As expected of a lawyer, she was good at stabbing people. Her words almost made Yin Shixiang vomit blood. He braced himself against the back of the sofa and leaped over. Sitting on the sofa, he crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Gu Nianji. Who talks like that? Why do you care if I have a girlfriend or not? Why do you care if I'm married or not? What does it have to do with you? TSK. You're starting to get agitated when it hurts. Gu Nianji walked to the bedroom with a towel and laughed. Then don't worry about me. Don't blame me for stabbing you a few more times. Yin Shixiang was defeated. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't win against Gu Nianji. He could only stand up and call out to the bedroom, I'm going downstairs. Come down for dinner when you're done. Gu Nianji didn't hear the buzzing of the hairdryer in the bedroom. However, she didn't need to be so polite with Yin Shixiang. He could come and go as he pleased. He didn't need to greet her. After drying her hair, she came out of the bedroom and saw that there was no one in the living room outside. She didn't care, knowing that they must have gone out. She went back to the bedroom to apply a facial mask and turned on the computer. She happened to see her roommates were there, so they happily video chatted. It was past 7, and the reunion dinner was almost ready. The chef at the official residence called Hu Xiaoheng to report to the chief that the reunion dinner would be ready in half an hour. Hu Xiaoheng hung up the phone and rubbed his eyes. He reread the assignment for next year and reorganized the personnel that needed to be adjusted. Then, he called Zhao Liangze over the intercom. "How's the investigation going?" Zhao Liangze searched the National Household Registration and Identification System for more than an hour before he finished searching the entire database. He looked at the list of names in front of him with some trepidation. When Hu Xiaoheng's inquiry came in, he was doing further investigation. "Hu Xiao, the preliminary investigation is complete. There are a total of 1,823 Gu Xiangwen still alive in the country." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. There were actually so many. What about the list of people who died in the past 10 years? Have you checked? Hu Xiaoheng asked again. This was the only way to make it complete and not miss any clues. Zhao Liangze shook his head. "We haven't searched the database of the deceased yet. Do you want to search it first?" "Yes, let's do it." Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair and thought as he said, "Search for people over 35 years old. The possibility of people under 35 is too low." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangze accepted the suggestion and logged into another database to start searching. Since there are so many people, it won't be easy to find them in a short time. "Let's go back for dinner first." Zhao Liangze thought it made sense. After setting up the automatic search, he left the office with Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang both had their own houses at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, but they also had their own rooms at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. When they needed to be on duty, they would stay in their own rooms. Most of the time, they stayed with Hu Xiaoheng at his official residence. There was still Shosue after dinner, so he definitely wouldn't go back. Therefore, he went directly to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence with him. It was getting late. When they came out of the office, they saw the bright lights of the official residence in the distance. It was especially eye-catching in the night sky. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly. It seemed like Yin Shixiang had given it his all to come up with this idea. "Hello, Chief." The guard at the door saluted Hu Xiaoheng and stood straight. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly. "Happy New Year. Have you eaten?" "Yes." The guard was very excited. "There's supper after the shift change." Zhao Liangze couldn't help but laugh. He patted the guard's shoulder and walked into the living room with a smiling Hu Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang sat alone in the living room, wiping his gun with a thin piece of velvet. Seeing that they had finally returned, Yin Shixiang quickly put his gun back on his waist and stood up with a smile. "Hu Xiaoheng, are you done?" Hu Xiaoheng looked around. "Is the reunion dinner ready?" "It's almost ready." Yin Shixiang walked over and pointed to the dining room. "Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Did you inform them?" Hu Xiaoheng looked upstairs. Yin Shixiang knew Hu Xiaoheng was asking about Song Jining and Gu Nianji. He quickly said, "I just called the internal line to inform them. Mrs. Song said she would be coming down soon." "Nianji didn't get through." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "I'll go change." He then walked upstairs. His room was opposite Gu Nianji's. When he got back, he first went to Gu Nianji's door and knocked. No one answered, so he opened the door himself with the key. Gu Nianji happened to be in her bedroom having a video chat with her 3 former roommates. She didn't hear the internal line ring. She had just finished the conversation when Hu Xiaoheng came in. Oh. Hu Xiaoheng, why are you here? Gu Nianji took off her headset and turned around. Is the dinner ready? Yeah. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her, his eyes lingering on her smooth wrist. Big Xiong said he called you on the internal line, but you didn't pick up. I was having a video chat with someone. Gu Nianji explained with a smile. It was my roommates from university. It's the new year. They're all greeting me. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care. That's good. I'll go take a shower and change. Gu Nianji couldn't help wanting to follow Hu Xiaoheng when she heard he was going to shower. She rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng and smiled. Hu Xiaoheng, what are you going to wear today? Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her and turned to leave. He said dryly, there are so many clothes. Just wear whatever you want. That's not good. Hu Xiaoheng, let me help you pick something. Gu Nianji caught up to Hu Xiaoheng and grabbed his arm. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Come if you want. Hu Xiaoheng didn't object. He allowed Gu Nianji to grab his arm and walk him back to his suite. After he went in, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was almost time for dinner, so he couldn't take a long shower. He hurriedly washed his hair and body. It took him less than 20 minutes to get out of the bathroom. Gu Nianji had already found him a new set of clothes and put it on the bed. However, Gu Nianji didn't wait in the bedroom. Instead, she played with her phone in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the clothes Gu Nianji had found for him. It wasn't a military uniform, but a casual one. A dark red cashmere turtleneck and black slim-fit wool trousers. He then thought about the red checkered cashmere sweater and black cropped pants that Gu Nianji was wearing today. Her intentions were obvious. He rubbed the clothes for a while and thought about it. He changed into them and took out a small box from his closet. He walked to the living room and tapped Gu Nianji's shoulder. Gu Nianji turned around and saw that Hu Xiaoheng was wearing the clothes she had picked out for him. It was the exact same color and style as hers. Her eyes curved into crescents as she deliberately said in an exaggerated tone, Huh? Where did this handsome guy come from? Did you come to the wrong door? Hu Xiaoheng was so irritated by Gu Nianji calling him a handsome guy that he replied calmly, If you call me that again, I won't give you the present. There's a present. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Her large, bright eyes were practically glowing. Let me see it. Let me see it. Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He allowed her to think of ways to beg him for a long time before he finally took out the small box. I'll put it on for you. It turned out to be a wristwatch, a Bulgari women's watch. It had a simple yet elegant mechanical dial and a rose gold strap. Most importantly, it matched the Bulgari men's mechanical watch on his wrist. It was a couple's watch. Gu Nianji was shocked as she watched Hu Xiaoheng put it on her wrist. Her delicate, snow-white skin was a stark contrast to the cold, hard mechanical watch. It had an indescribable sense of seductive beauty. Gu Nianji looked at it again and again, then carefully scrutinized Hu Xiaoheng's watch. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Hu Xiao, where did you get a watch like this? I don't remember there being a model like this. Even the tips of her ears were flushed when she said this. That was because she had exposed her hidden thoughts. Gu Nianji had secretly wanted to buy a watch a year ago. She wanted the same style as Hu Xiaoheng's watch, but she couldn't find it anywhere. She even called Bulgari's customer service, but they told her that not every men's watch came with a matching women's watch. Hu Xiaoheng's watch wasn't a couple's watch series, so it wasn't available at all. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to actually get it. Hu Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. Yes, there isn't. Then where did you get it? Gu Nianji was suspicious. She caressed the couple's watch on her wrist reluctantly. I had them custom make it. Hua Xiaoheng stood up nonchalantly. Let's go eat. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Especially recommendation votes, dear friends. The second watch will be at 1:00 in the afternoon. P.S. Exploding chapter on the 23rd is to reward Moon Palace Master A, I am Master Rashi, Circle Fish 0, Fish G, Light Smile Light Gauze, and other leaders with Immortal Sword Fate, Spirit Pet Fate, monthly ticket red envelope, and the additional monthly ticket for this month's double. Oh, N_N, oh. Mwah. Chapter 323. I'm going to do it. Gu Nianji almost knelt down, looking at Hua Xiaoheng's tall and imposing figure. She was extremely touched. She quickly walked over and hugged him from behind. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she leaned her face against his broad back and closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she was filled with his scent, the scent that intoxicated her the most. Hua Xiao, how did you know? How did you know? How did he know that she wanted a watch, and a couple's watch like his? Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and held Gu Nianji's arms that were wrapped around his waist. He rubbed the watch on her wrist and said quietly, You called Bulgari's customer service. You knew that too. Gu Nianji felt even more embarrassed. Fortunately, she was hugging Hua Xiaoheng from behind, so she didn't have to face his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through all her thoughts. She stammered, I actually liked your watch at that time. Hua Xiaoheng patted her hand and interrupted her. Do you like this watch? I like it. Of course I like it. Gu Nianji retracted her arms and held her wrist to take a closer look. It was the watch of her dreams. Even the details of the strap were exactly the same. I'm glad you like it. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and looked down at her. What do you want? Just tell me, no need to explain. Gu Nianji felt like her heart had been hit hard by something. Her internal organs shifted positions, but she didn't feel any pain at all. She was so excited that she wanted to go out for a run. She was overflowing with joy, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. She could only stare at him blankly. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Let's go for New Year's dinner. Gu Nianji nodded fiercely and followed him downstairs. As soon as they left the bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng distanced himself from Gu Nianji and walked leisurely in front. Gu Nianji didn't mind. She kept glancing at her watch as she walked. Although she tried her best to hide her smile, the joy in the corners of her eyes revealed her true feelings. The two of them arrived at the dining room on the first floor. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi froze as soon as they entered. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were wearing the same color and style of clothing. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a dark red cashmere sweater and black slim-fit trousers. Gu Nianji was wearing a bright red checkered cashmere sweater and black cropped trousers. A rose gold watch was the only decoration on her snow-white wrist. Yin Shixiang looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Gu Nianji. He swallowed the words, couple's outfit, and wished he was blind. He quickly pulled out a chair and said to them, You're a little early. Come and sit. The dining table was rectangular. Hua Xiaoheng was supposed to sit at the head of the table, but he didn't. Instead, he sat at the first seat on the lower left. Gu Nianji sat next to him, at the second seat on the lower left. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi happened to be sitting in the first and second seats on the right side of the main seat. Where will Mrs. Song sit? Yin Shixiang mumbled. He had thought that Hua Xiaoheng would sit at the head of the table. Of course Auntie Song will sit at the head of the table. Gu Nianji smiled. She was very satisfied with the arrangements. Yin Shixiang wanted to say more, but Zhao Liangze kicked him under the table. He didn't say anything else. Several orderlies began to serve the dishes. The first dishes were cold cuts with cheese, grilled potato slices, tofu wraps, fried squid rings, beef with broccoli sauce, crystal pork knuckle slices, fried golden rice cake with frosted sugar, cucumber with garlic sauce, salad, and 2 bowls of purple potato and white fungus soup. The 2 bowls of purple potato and white fungus soup were obviously prepared for Gu Nianji and Song Jining. However, Song Jining hadn't come down yet. Hua Xiaoheng saw this and stood up. "I'll go take a look." Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs to find Song Jining. The remaining 3 people in the dining room began to drink and chat as they ate the cold cuts. The central air conditioning in the official residence could be set to different temperature zones. Each person's room was warmer, and the hall outside was cooler. This was because there weren't many people, so it saved energy. However, it was New Year's Eve tonight, so everyone was downstairs. The temperature on the first floor was set to 23 degrees. It felt like spring. Gu Nianji was wearing a thin cashmere sweater. After drinking a glass of wine, she felt a bit hot. She pulled her collar up and fanned herself with her hand. She raised her wrist, and the watch on her wrist emitted a warm golden glow under the chandelier in the dining room. It attracted the attention of the 2 people across from her. Is this your new watch?" Yin Shixiang had never seen Gu Nianji wear a watch like this. It looked exquisite and a bit androgynous, but the rose gold band softened the androgynous toughness. It matched Gu Nianji's temperament. Gu Nianji smiled and used a spoon to stir the purple potato and white fungus soup. She took a sip from time to time. The sweetness of the purple potato and the softness of the white fungus blended together. The taste was very sweet, but not to the point of being nauseating. Even her stomach was soothed after a spoonful. "It's delicious." Gu Nianji couldn't stop praising it. "There's more in the kitchen. You can have more after you finish." Yin Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji didn't take it seriously, so he didn't ask further. He joked with Zhao Liangze, and Gu Nianji occasionally chimed in. The dining room was full of laughter and the atmosphere was very lively. At that moment, the Hua Manor in the middle of the imperial capital was unusually quiet. It didn't look like it was New Year's at all. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie hid in their rooms and didn't dare to come out. They could only text each other. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were waiting in Grandfather Hua's study. One of them served him tea, while the other stood respectfully behind an attractive woman. The woman was over 60 years old. She wore a traditional Huaxia-style jacket with peacock buttons and custom-made slim-fit wool trousers. Even in the room, she wore a pair of black leather shoes with pointed toes. Her face was fair and clear, and she looked a bit older. The dense crow's feet at the corners of her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter how much foundation or concealer she used. Her eyebrows were all plucked and carefully drawn with an eyebrow pencil. Her large eyes were tattooed with eyeliner to set off the contours of her eyes. She had long eyebrows, thin eyes, a straight nose, and small cherry lips. Although she was old, it was obvious she was a pretty girl from a humble family when she was younger. She sat next to Grandfather Hua and softly said, "Elder Hua, this is the first year Xiaoheng is spending New Year's at his official residence. It's understandable. Don't be angry. The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Let's go eat." "Little Zhang, don't always put in good words for him." Grandfather Hua angrily pounded the table. "He hasn't been home for the New Year in 6 years. I used to think he was on a mission and didn't blame him. But this year... He's in the imperial capital this year, but he doesn't even show his face. Does he not want this family anymore?" Hua Guanchen stood in front of Grandfather Hua and frowned. "Father, don't be angry. Why don't you give him a call?" The woman persuading Grandfather Hua was Grandfather Hua's head nurse, Zhang Feng. She was 8 years younger than grandfather Hua and was in her 60s this year. However, she took good care of herself and lived like a princess with grandfather Hua. She looked like she was in her early 50s. Uncle Zhang was her son, Zhang Baoqin. He poured a cup of tea for grandfather Hua and looked up at Hua Guanqin. Second brother, Xiaoheng, is also in trouble. Second sister-in-law, oh, no, Mrs. Song is with him now. It's reasonable for him to leave her behind and come here alone. Grandfather Hua was even angrier at the mention of Song Jining. He stood up from his seat and yelled at Hua Guanqin. Look at what you've done. I tried to persuade you not to get a divorce, but you insisted. And now? Do you regret it? Not only did he lose Song Jining, but he was also engaged to that murderer, Bai Jini. Grandfather Hua had been angry ever since Bai Jini was convicted. If it wasn't for Hua Xiaoheng, the rising star, the Hua family would have become a laughingstock among the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Now that Hua Xiaoheng was here, no one dared to bare their teeth at the Hua family. Elder Hua, you promised to be nice. Your blood pressure is rising again because of your anger. Did you take your blood pressure medication today? Zhang Feng pulled grandfather Hua to sit down and gently soothed his chest. Hua Guanqin didn't even look up. He said coldly, I'll call Xiaoheng. He turned to leave, but when he opened the study door, he saw Hua Jialan standing at the door with a suitcase. She was wearing a coat and a mink fur hat. Second uncle. Hua Jialan nodded at him. Her voice was choked. Eldest cousin isn't going home because of me. I'll leave now. Call eldest cousin and tell him I've left. He can come back for the new year. It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 324. Hua Jialan's words made everyone in the study feel awkward. Indeed, it would be strange if Hua Xiaoheng saw eye to eye with the way Hua Jialan treated Song Jining. She hadn't been back for so many years. Although she said she had a mission, the Hua family was a military family. How could they not know the reason? It would be acceptable if she had a mission once or twice, but something was definitely fishy if she had a mission 5 or 6 times. However, grandfather Hua and Hua Guanqin kept these thoughts to themselves and never said them out loud. It wasn't until Bai Jini's case came out that he understood what was going on. It was all because of his mother. Hua Jialan glanced at the faces of the people in the study and tightened her grip on her suitcase. She lowered her head and said remorsefully, I misunderstood Bai Jini's words and treated Mrs. Song badly. It's my fault. I stayed in this house to take this opportunity to personally apologize to Mrs. Song. But eldest cousin brother actually didn't even return home because of me. I feel even more sorry in my heart. That's not entirely your fault. Grandfather Hua was silent for a moment and shook his head, who knew? Bai Jini was too good at faking it. No one could tell she was up to no good. It wasn't that no one could tell, for example Hua Xiaoheng, but no one else could. If grandfather Hua and Hua Guanqin couldn't tell, how could they expect a girl like Hua Jialan to? Hua Jialan immediately burst into tears and knelt down in front of the study door. She kowtowed profusely as she said, Grandfather and second uncle raised me, and I have no way to repay you. I can only kowtow to you. In my next life, I'll repay you for your great kindness. She continued, eldest cousin isn't coming home. These are my kowtows to Mrs. Song. I've wronged her. I hope she'll be magnanimous and not stoop to my level. I'll kowtow to her, burn incense and pray to Buddha for a long life. Hua Guanqin jumped in shock and hurried over to help her up. Jialan, what are you doing? Get up. Get up. Grandfather Hua also quickly walked over and stood beside Hua Guanqin. He comforted the sobbing Hua Jialan, Jialan, don't say that. Although you're not of the Hua family's bloodline, you're a daughter of the Hua family. You're the daughter of my eldest son, which means you're my granddaughter. If anyone dares to not treat you as a member of the Hua family, let them talk to me. Grandfather. Hua Jialan was grateful and sad at the same time. She broke free from Hua Guanchen's hand and fell to her knees in front of Hua Xuanong again. She hugged his legs and cried until she almost passed out. All right. Get up and go back to your room to tidy up. Grandfather Hua also made up his mind when he saw Hua Jialan crying so hard. Since Xiaoheng isn't coming back, it's okay. We'll go to his place for the new year. Besides, his new official residence had just been completed, and he needed to warm it up. Let's all go. Let's celebrate the new year in a lively manner. If there's anything, let's talk about it clearly and don't hide it. We're all one family. You can't write two Hua characters in one stroke. We're going to Xiaoheng's place for the new year. Hua Guanchen frowned. It's already past 7. Will we make it in time? Why not? Grandfather Hua glared at him. Hurry up and make a call to prepare the car. Our Hua family will be spending the new year at Xiaoheng's place today. We'll send all the prepared New Year's Eve dinner over. We'll eat there together. It'll be more intimate. Hua Guanchen began to think that Grandfather Hua was daydreaming. It was already 7:00 on New Year's Eve, and he still wanted to go out. But on further thought, if they went to Xiaoheng's place, he would be able to see Song Jining. After so many years of misunderstanding, he wanted to have a good talk with her. Hua Guanchen changed his mind and no longer objected. His eyes flashed. Then I'll go make the call. Xiaoheng's place is the Special Operations Forces. Without a special pass, we won't be able to get in. Luckily, Dad and I both have passes. Let's go directly. Fortunately, Dad and I both have passes. Let's go directly. He knew his son quite well. If they were notified in advance, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to enter his house. Grandfather Hua's eyes darted around. He understood his son's intentions. He knew Xiaoheng even better than Hua Guanchen, so he nodded without batting an eyelid. That's a good idea. We don't have much time. Hurry up and prepare the car. We'll leave immediately. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Baochen's wife, Qian Shihui. Go tell the kitchen to pack the New Year's Eve dinner and send it to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Qian Shihui didn't know what to do with the father and son pair. She couldn't help but look at the head nurse, Zhang Feng, who was standing diagonally behind Grandfather Hua, and asked for help. Mom, what do you think? I'll listen to Elder Hua. Zhang Feng smiled at her and nodded. She turned to Grandfather Hua. Elder Hua, just bring Wen Na and Wen Jia over. They're young and easy to get along with. Bao Chen, Shihui, and I won't be going. We'll stay home and look after the house. How can we do that? Grandfather Hua's frown deepened. It's New Year's Eve. Isn't it good for the whole family to be together? How can we be separated from one family to another? It's inauspicious. Grandfather Hua was getting on in years and an old-fashioned person. He was especially particular about family reunions during the new year. This was the most important new year, and the Hua family had not been together for 6 years. How could they be separated from each other again this year? It wasn't easy for everyone to be together in the imperial capital. Couldn't they even be together for one night? Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng darkly. This woman who had been with him for almost 40 years smiled at him without any complaints. She came over to help him and said to the people in the room, "Hurry up and get ready. We're going out soon. I need to talk to Elder Hua." Hua Guanchen didn't even look back. He left Grandfather Hua's study first to find someone to prepare the car and get ready to leave. Hua Jialan thought about it and also took her suitcase back to her room. She washed her face and changed her clothes. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui quickly went to find their son and daughter, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. Just as head nurse Zhang Feng had said, it didn't matter if they went or not. It was fine as long as Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie could maintain a good relationship with Wu Xiaoheng. It would be a pity if they became estranged from each other's blood cousins. Everyone in the study quickly left. It had been bustling just a moment ago, but now it was just the two of them. After all these years, Zhang Feng was the only one who had been by his side. Grandfather Hu walked to the fireplace in the study and stared at the 4 photos on the edge of the fireplace in a daze. The photos were old but well preserved. They were framed in mahogany and showed no signs of fading. The first photo was of a dignified and elegant woman who was as beautiful as the Queen of Flowers. She was wearing a capable black riding outfit and riding a red horse. Her smile was incomparably resplendent under the sunlight. The second photo was a wedding photo of the woman and a handsome young military officer. The military officer was Grandfather Hu Xuanong. More than 50 years had passed. The young and handsome military officer was already wearing the highest military rank in the empire. The woman who had stood beside him with a smile on her face had passed away many years ago. The third photo was of the woman holding a baby. The last photo was of a family of 4. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the photo, there was the silhouette of a young female nurse standing diagonally behind Hu Xuanong. That year, Hu Xuanong was promoted to Major General and had his own personal secretary and personal nurse. Hu Xuanong looked at the photos and sighed. He murmured. Xiaoheng's grandmother passed away when he was 10. It's been hard on you all these years. I've let you down. Hu Xuanong turned to look at Zhang Feng with pity in his eyes. This woman had been by his side silently for the rest of her life. She had even given birth to a son for him without telling him. She had gritted her teeth and raised him in her parents' home all by herself. After something happened to his eldest son, Wu Guanyuan, Hu Xuanong was on the verge of breaking down. It was Zhang Feng who had been by his side the whole time. Not only did she use her excellent nursing knowledge to take care of his body, but she also told him that although he had lost a son, he still had another son. He even had grandchildren. This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m. the next watch. P.S. Thank you to Hui Xuanmai for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 325. 16 years ago, Hu Xuanong was shocked when he found out. He never thought that when he got drunk on a business trip when he was young, he mistook Zhang Feng as his wife and had a night with her. She actually had a child. She had been his nurse for so many years, from a junior nurse to head nurse. She had never mentioned a word about it. That year, you suddenly took a year off to go home and have a child. Then you secretly raised the child with your parents. You must have been under a lot of pressure, right? Grandfather Hu looked at Zhang Feng sympathetically and smoothed her hair. He used to have a head of black hair, but now there were silver strands. Zhang Feng held Grandfather Hu's arm and helped him to a chair. She took out the blood pressure monitor and stethoscope to check Hu Xuanong's body. I had no choice. You and Mrs. Hu were deeply in love. How could I ruin your marriage and family? Besides, it was my fault. You didn't know anything, but I secretly gave birth to the child without your knowledge. Of course, I have to bear all the blame. If it wasn't for Big Brother's accident, would you have never said a word? Grandfather Hu pitied Zhang Feng even more. Yes. Zhang Feng skillfully wrapped the blood pressure monitor around Grandfather Hu's arm. She looked at the blood pressure monitor and said quietly, "You were too sad at the time. I was worried about your health. I know that a bad mood can affect your health. As your head nurse, my career has been your health for so many years. I will only be well if you are well. Actually, that was not the only reason. Grandfather Hua knew that if Zhang Feng had exposed the incident, not only would his family be destroyed, but everything he had in the military would also be destroyed. Forget about being promoted to general, he would probably be fired on the spot and be demobilized immediately. He knew how intolerant his wife was. His wife's family would never let him off the hook. Grandfather Hua had mixed feelings when he thought about this. However, as soon as he thought of his wife's behavior, Grandfather Hua suddenly exclaimed softly, but quickly fell silent. Zhang Feng glanced at Grandfather Hua. "Elder Hua, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Back then, you went home to give birth to a child. Fortunately, your family treated you well." Grandfather Hua sighed. "Your relatives. Don't think about them. You've helped them enough over the years." Zhang Feng calmly put the blood pressure monitor back into the box. "I see that your blood pressure is fine. Every time you get angry, my heart jumps to my throat." Old Master Hua patted her hand. "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you or Baochen's family." "I know." Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua's old but handsome face, her eyes filled with reverence. For the first time, she took the initiative to hold Grandfather Hua's hand and said softly, "Elder Hua. Xuanong, I'll only say this once, I've never blamed you. I was willing to bear your child." Grandfather Hua's entire body trembled. He instinctively grabbed her hand tightly. His lips opened and closed for a long time before he said, "Feng, wait a little longer. I'll think of a way to change the surname of the two children to Hua." Zhang Feng shook her head. "No need, Elder Hua. It's good enough that our family knows about this. If we change the surname publicly, it'll be a joke to others." But Grandfather Hua always wanted his grandchildren to have the surname Hua. He had even tolerated Hua Jilan, who wasn't even his granddaughter. How could he bear for his own grandchildren to have someone else's surname? "Aren't you thinking of Xiaoheng? You're retired, but Guanchen and Xiaoheng are still in the military. How can they be human?" Zhang Feng tried her best to persuade Grandfather Hua. "This won't do. When I first moved in, there was already a storm." Grandfather Hua's expression darkened. When Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui moved in with Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie, Hua Xiaoheng was the one who reacted the most violently. But at that time, no one cared about him. He didn't have the power to persuade others to listen to him. From then on, he became even more reticent, and even treated Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie very badly. Xiaoheng is very close to his grandmother. His mother is busy with experiments, his father is focused on the military, and you are also very busy. Xiaoheng was practically raised by his grandmother, so I can completely understand his reaction at that time. Please don't be angry at him." Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua's expression and knew what he was thinking. She wasn't in a hurry, and softly explained the situation to him. Grandfather Hua said coldly, "That won't do. You're his elder, he can't disrespect you. Forget it, it's the new year today. Take it easy. Don't say anything today." Zhang Feng sighed. "If you really want to make a fuss, I'll have to take Baochen and his family and leave the Hua family." "You're not allowed to leave." Grandfather Hua quickly grabbed Zhang Feng's arm. "This is an order." Zhang Feng was stunned, and slowly nodded. "Yes, Chief." "Okay, go pack up. Come with me to Xiaoheng's official residence for the new year. Just, as a nurse, tell him that I'm not feeling well, and that you have to take care of me." Grandfather Hua thought about it again and again. This was the only way to deal with someone as stubborn as Xiaoheng. Zhang Feng understood Grandfather Hua's intentions and was very touched. She held his hand and sat for a while before going out to pack up and change. After changing, she called Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui to come to her room through the intercom. "Mom, what's up? Are we really going together?" Zhang Baochen asked uneasily. Xiaoheng doesn't like us to begin with, that's why he's not coming back for the new year. Zhang Feng looked up at her son's timid expression and sighed again. She was wrong to have given birth to him without raising him in the right place. Although her family treated her son well, they didn't give him a decent environment. The Zhang family couldn't compare to the Huo family at all. Their families were different, so the children they raised were naturally different. It's not because of us that Xiaoheng isn't coming back for the new year. Zhang Feng said calmly as she put on a pearl earring. It's because his mother divorced his father, and he's coming back for the new year. What about his mother? You're a fool if you can't even think about this. Zhang Baochen's face turned red at being scolded by his mother in front of his wife. Qian Shihui felt bad for her husband and quickly said, Mom, Baochen is right. Although it's mainly because of his mother and father, he doesn't really like us. If he doesn't like us, can't you think of a way to change his mind? Zhang Feng put down the comb and turned to look at her son and son-in-law. Don't you understand? Wena and Wenjia are smarter than you. Zhang Baochen pursed his lips and didn't speak. His stubborn expression was quite similar to grandfather Hua's. Looking at her son's expression, Zhang Feng's heart softened again and she said gently, Actually, Xiaoheng isn't that cruel. In the past, I thought the same as you. I felt that my relationship with him couldn't be repaired. But this time, when he came back, I heard that he took good care of that orphan girl. I knew that he wasn't really a cold-hearted person. Are you talking about Gu Nianji? Qian Shihui couldn't help but pout. That little girl has a glib tongue. She can even coax a bird from the sky. How can we compare to her? You guys can't, but Wena and Wenjia can. Zhang Feng stood up. No matter how wrong I am, I'm still his grandmother. Xiaoheng can blame me and you guys, but he definitely won't blame Wena and Wenjia. You two better not affect Wena and Wenjia. In this lifetime, I only want my 2 grandchildren to not have to worry about anything and be like real young masters and daughters of aristocratic families. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui looked at each other in confusion. They didn't quite understand Zhang Feng's words. When it came to money, their family didn't lack it. Qian Shihui's family were businessmen and she was their only daughter. All the money in the Qian family would belong to Qian Shihui and her 2 children in the future. Mom, Wena and Wenjia can always live happily without having to worry about anything. Qian Shihui smiled as she helped Zhang Feng put on her jacket. Don't worry about it. Isn't it better for us to live happily as a family? Why? Why would they want to be slapped in the face? Zhang Feng looked at Qian Shihui's smug expression and shook her head. Chapter 326. Which Xia family? Zhang Baochen watched as his wife and mother exchanged questions and answers. They seemed to know what they were talking about, but he didn't understand at all. Do we know each other? Qian Shihui's family was also a small businessman. After she married Zhang Baochen, the Qians indirectly connected to the Huas. Zhang Feng used her position as the head nurse of the military to secretly help the Qians. The Qian family had developed rapidly in the past 20 years, and they were one of the rising stars in D City, where her maiden family was located. So she knew a little about that Xia family. It's actually them. Qian Shihui almost choked on her breath, her face turning purple from holding it in. Zhang Feng patted her back lightly and nodded with a smile. Shihui knows a lot. It's that Xia family. When Xia Xian married the general, she brought half of the Swiss bank shares as her dowry. Half of the Swiss bank shares. Zhang Baochen couldn't speak anymore. Qian Shihui was even more shocked. Her family had a Swiss bank account and had saved a few million euros for her 2 children. She thought it was already impressive, but old Madame Hua's dowry made her kneel. Do you understand now? In their circle, having tens of millions in savings is nothing. Zhang Feng said nonchalantly as she took a cashmere shawl and wrapped it around her shoulders. Don't be so short-sighted. Don't think you can disregard them just because you have money. Qian Shihui was convinced. Mom is really far-sighted. Bao Qin and I are not as thoughtful as you. Zhang Feng lowered her head and put on a pair of UGG calfskin high heels. She said softly, after Xie Zian passed away, she set up a few trust funds with all her assets under her name. The Xies sent professionals to take care of them. Every month, the profits from the funds will be automatically transferred to Xiaoheng and Zhaolan's bank accounts. Trust funds. Zhang Baoqin was more familiar with this. He studied finance in university and had worked in finance companies for a few years after graduation. That means Xie Zian's assets are all in trust funds. Then, does Dad have a share? Zhang Baoqin blushed and couldn't help but ask. If that was the case, then they really had to plan carefully. I don't really understand. Zhang Feng glanced at her son with a half-smile. When Xie Zian's will was announced, I was there with the chief, so I heard everything. All I know is that all of her inheritance is in the trust fund. Your father, your eldest brother, second brother, Xiaoheng, and Zhaolan all have a share. Xiaoheng's share is the largest, and the rest is split equally between your father, your eldest brother, and your second brother. What Zhaolan is holding right now is actually your eldest brother's share. Hui Zhaolan isn't Big Brother's biological daughter. What right does she have to claim the trust fund? Zhang Baoqin objected immediately. I'm very familiar with trust funds. There are conditions attached to their terms, and they can be amended when the situation permits. Mom, leave this one to me. Zhang Feng nodded. You didn't like to study finance, but I forced you to. Do you understand now? Mom, you should have told me earlier. I would have studied harder. Zhang Baoqin smiled bitterly. Otherwise, I'd be even better than I am now. Sigh, man proposes, God disposes. I didn't think so much back then. When you were in university, your father didn't even know he had a son like you. Zhang Feng sighed and shook her head. I just hope that you're not worse than your eldest brother and second brother. They're both like your father, wanting to go to military school since they were young. Your auntie wanted them to study finance, but they refused. Although Mom didn't want to target auntie, this is the truth. It's God's will. Qian Shihui was overjoyed. She was even more respectful towards her mother-in-law. Mom, are we really going to Xiaoheng's place for the new year? Yes, your father said everyone is going. You guys go get Wenna and Wenjie to pack up. You guys can follow your father with me. After some thought, Zhang Feng didn't tell them the truth. She was afraid that they would reveal something and be seen through by someone as powerful as Hu Xiaoheng. She only said, your father was very angry today, and he's not feeling well. I tried to talk him out of it, but he didn't listen. I had no choice but to go with him with my medical kit. Ha! Dad's sick. Zhang Baoqin was very nervous. Then should we not go? This son of his was indeed a fool. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to be angry or amused, but she also felt gratified. At least her son was filial. To a mother, a filial son would make her happier than a successful one. Moreover, with their family situation, they didn't need her son to be successful. As long as he was filial, that would be enough. Zhang Feng patted his hand in satisfaction. Then take good care of your father later. I will. Zhang Baoqin said as he watched Zhang Feng walk out of the room and go to grandfather Hu's room. Qian Shihui quickly said, hurry up and tell Wenna and Wenjie to get changed. I'll go down after I wash my face and change. Zhang Baoqin agreed and went to Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie's rooms to inform them. We're going to your eldest cousin's new official residence for the new year. Hurry up and pack up. We'll be waiting in the car in half an hour. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie couldn't believe their ears at first, but Zhang Baochen didn't have time to explain. He said impatiently, "Your grandfather said so. Hurry up and pack up. We can't delay any longer." The Hua Manor was bustling with activity again. Half an hour later, the 8 members of the Hua family were already seated in Hua Xuanong's large van that could seat 9 people. They were heading towards the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Behind the van was a food truck delivering the New Year's Eve dinner. It had chefs and orderlies along with a truck full of food, following behind the van. In front was a military vehicle belonging to the security company, with grandfather Hua's van in the middle. Hua Guanchen sat in the front passenger seat, with grandfather Hua's orderly driver driving beside him. Zhang Feng and Zhang Baochen sat on grandfather Hua's left and right in the second row. Qian Shihui sat alone on the right side of the second row by the window, separated from the 3 rows of seats on the left by an aisle. Hua Zhelan, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie sat in the third row. Hua Zhelan had been the head of the Hua family for 4 to 5 years, and was usually very arrogant towards Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. She didn't even look them in the eye. Now that the lawsuit was over and it was revealed that she wasn't her uncle's biological daughter, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie immediately despised her and didn't even want to talk to her. Hua Zhelan didn't want to talk to the Zhang family either. Her face was as beautiful as a peony, and looked even better with makeup. But now, her face was as beautiful as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She wore a pea-green cashmere coat and a white turtleneck cashmere sweater underneath. Her face was pale, and even a little haggard. She sat alone by the window on the right, looking at the night view outside the window in silence. On the night of New Year's Eve, there was almost no traffic on the streets of the imperial capital. The military vehicle in the front drove as fast as lightning, and no traffic police dared to stop them. If any traffic police saw them, they would only flash their lights to clear the way for them. Therefore, they arrived in less than half the usual time. It was only 7:30 p.m. when they arrived at the entrance inspection of the Special Operations Forces base. "Pass, thank you." The sentry on duty came over and saluted. Grandfather Hua's driver lowered the window and showed him Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen's passes. "These are Mr. Hua's family. Mr. Hua's grandfather, father, and relatives are here to celebrate the new year with Mr. Hua." The sentry took the passes back to his post to check, and another sentry stood motionless at the door with a gun slung over his back, watching them warily. Hua Guanchen had been here once, and sat in the front passenger seat with his arms crossed. His face was dark, and he didn't say a word. It was grandfather Hua's first time here. He thought about it and stood up from his seat. "I'm going out for a walk. Old Hua, it's cold outside. Can your body take it?" Zhang Feng quickly stood up and held grandfather Hua's arm. "Let's sit down and wait." It's fine. I've survived all the cold weather in the past, what's this?" Grandfather Hua snorted, and lightly kicked Zhang Baochen, who was sitting next to him. "Move, I'm going down." This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m. on the second watch. P.S. Thank you to Wanghan Palace Master for the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 327. He didn't feel it in the car, but once he got out, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Although he was wearing a thick leather coat, Grandfather Hua could still feel the cold wind blowing into his collar. He immediately shrank back. "Elder Hua. Come, put the scarf on." Zhang Feng ran out of the car with a light gray cashmere scarf in her hand. She stood on her tiptoes and wrapped it around Grandfather Hua's neck. Grandfather Hua's body warmed up instantly. He smiled at Zhang Feng and said gently, "Go back to the car, it's cold outside." Zhang Feng shook her head and held on to Grandfather Hua's arm. She glanced around. It's okay, I'm wearing a lot, so I'm not cold. The Special Forces headquarters was located in an inconspicuous area south of the 4th Ring Road. It used to be the location of a factory, but after the factory closed, the land was reclaimed by the government and given to the Special Forces headquarters. Because it had been abandoned for a long time, the trees were overgrown with weeds. The reason it was requisitioned by the government as the Special Forces headquarters was partly because they needed this kind of landscape to camouflage and cover the buildings. Therefore, the entire headquarters was planned according to the local conditions, and all sorts of buildings were built without changing the landscape. From the outside, it still looked like a piece of abandoned woodland. But it was a completely different world inside. Even a high-altitude reconnaissance satellite couldn't get a full view of this place. Compared to the residential area where the Hua family lived, this place didn't look as luxurious. However, the security and concealment of this place were much better than the Hua family's. Zhang Feng was only grandfather Hua's head nurse. Although she had some knowledge of the upper echelons of the military, that knowledge was limited to the families of the military leaders. She didn't know much about other things. As for the newly built Special Forces headquarters, she knew even less about it. So when she saw the ruins that looked like a wild woodland, she was very disappointed. Elder Hua, let's go back. There are many trees here, and the wind is even colder. Zhang Feng didn't want to look anymore, and held on to grandfather Hua's arm to return to the car. You should go back. I'll take a look. Grandfather Hua was an expert, and he could tell that there was something special about the decorations here. He was enjoying the view, but impatient with Zhang Feng, he waved his hand and continued to walk around without looking back. Zhang Feng had no choice but to gather her coat and follow grandfather Hua. The sentinel checked the pass and confirmed that there was no mistake. Old Master Hua's pass was of the highest security level, and he could bring 5 people in. Hua Guanchen's pass had a lower security clearance, so he could bring 2 people in, which was just enough for everyone in the car. The sentinel came to the front of the car and said to Hua Guanchen, "Sir, are all of you going in?" "Yes, everyone. My and grandfather's passes should be able to bring us in," Hua Guanchen said calmly. The number of people they could bring with them was originally reserved for their personal secretaries and orderlies. However, today was the new year, so he had to bring his family with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Old Master Hua's sudden request. "Yes, Chief." The sentry saluted again and said, "Those who don't have a pass but want to follow us in will have their fingerprints taken. At the same time, we will take a blood sample and an iris scan." Hua Guanchen was stunned. "What? Those who don't have a pass but are brought in for the first time will have to have their fingerprints taken, blood samples, and iris scans taken?" The sentry repeated. Zhang Wenjie, who was in the car, heard this and asked in surprise, "We have to take a blood sample? No way. Do they have to be so strict?" Zhang Wen bit her lip and whispered, "Hua Xiao is our eldest cousin brother. Why don't you call him and ask if we need to take a blood test?" The sentry scratched his head. "This is the rule. Even if we call the chief, we can't break the rule. You can call him first. If my eldest cousin brother also wants us to have our fingerprints taken and blood samples taken, then I'll accept it." Zhang Wen was very insistent. Hua Guanchen looked up and his expression darkened. "If you don't want to have your fingerprints taken, blood samples, and iris scans taken, then don't go in." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the 5 people in the car. "If anyone doesn't want to, say it now. It's not too late to go back immediately." This was the first time Hua Guanchen had said such serious words in front of the Zhang family, and he had even refuted Zhang Wen in front of her. Zhang Wen's face immediately flushed red. She was too embarrassed to look up. Zhang Wenjie muttered a few times but did not dare to argue with Hua Guanchen, his second uncle. He could only lower his head and sit beside Zhang Wen in silence. Hua Jialan stood up. I'll go. She gathered her hood and got out of the car. She followed the sentry into the outpost and quickly took her fingerprints. The sentry took a small tube that looked like a stamp and poked Huajialan's finger. He sucked a few drops of blood and dripped it onto a piece of test paper. He placed it into a portable blood test machine and did a simple analysis. Then he pasted her name on it and sealed it in a freezer. Finally, the iris scan was taken and a sample was saved with the fingerprint. It was sent to the central control system in the cloud. Okay, wait a moment. We'll let you in after we ask the lieutenant colonel on duty. The sentry very politely sent Huajialan out. Huajialan had just come out of the outpost when she saw Zhang Wen'e, Zhang Wenjie, Qian Shihui, and Zhang Baochen were all there. She smiled and sat in the car alone. Grandfather Hu walked around outside before returning to the car. He saw Zhang Wen'e, Zhang Wenjie, Qian Shihui, and Zhang Baochen returning. He couldn't help asking, "Where did you go?" "We just went to take our fingerprints." Zhang Baochen hurriedly replied. "I heard that those who can enter with someone else's pass without a pass have to take fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans." Zhang Feng didn't mind. She helped Grandfather Hua up and asked, "It's all done. Let's go in. It's pretty cold outside." Grandfather Hua nodded. "It's about time. Let's get in the car." They returned to the car and waited for the sentry to let them in. Unexpectedly, the sentry refused to lift the bar. He pointed to Zhang Feng in the car. "She hasn't been tested yet. Does she have a pass?" Zhang Feng pointed to herself in shock. "I have to be tested too." "You don't have to if you have a pass." The sentry replied politely and patiently. This was because those people had already taken their fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans when they applied for the pass. The people who were brought in with the special pass also had to go through the same procedure. It was actually a quick search process. After the sentry had taken Huajialan's and the others' fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans, the data was uploaded to the central system in the cloud. The internal personnel on duty began to verify their identities. Elder Hua. Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua hesitantly, her expression uncertain. It wasn't that she was afraid of the ID check, but she didn't expect that she, the head nurse of the military's highest-ranking official, Huashuanong, would have to go through such security procedures before she could enter. Although Huashuanong had retired, he still held the rank of general. Grandfather Hua nodded. "Go and have your ID checked." Since Grandfather Hua had spoken, Zhang Feng had no choice but to follow the sentry to be checked. Because Zhang Feng was the last person to be checked, another sentry called Hua Xiaoheng's official residence to ask if they could let these people in. The person who answered the phone didn't dare to make the decision himself. He hurried to the dining room to look for Hua Xiaoheng, but only saw Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and Gu Nianji chatting happily. "Where's Hua Xiao?" the person asked anxiously. The sentry at the gate called and said Grandfather Hua brought his family here for the new year. "What? Say that again. Who brought who here?" Yin Shixiang jumped up. "What's going on? Can't they let us celebrate the new year in peace?" Zhao Liangze narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. He turned on his Bluetooth headset and said to the operator, "Put the sentry through." The operator quickly connected the call to the sentry at the gate. Zhao Liangze listened for a while and nodded. "Got it. Wait a little longer. I'll have to ask Hua Xiao about this." The sentry at the gate took the order and refused to let them in. He only said that they were still checking their identities. Gu Nianji was speechless in the dining room. Seriously, they couldn't even let people celebrate the new year in peace. Zhao Liangze said, "I can't get through to Hua Xiao's phone. I don't know if it's off or if he doesn't have it with him. Then I'll go see Hua Xiao and ask him what to do." Gu Nianji stood up and went to the third floor to look for Hua Xiaoheng. Grandfather Hu waited for a long time, but the sentry didn't let them in. They only said that they were still checking. His face darkened. He knew that Hu Xiaoheng didn't want them to go in. When can we go in? I'm hungry. Zhang Wenjie grumbled. Because of the delicious New Year's dinner, he hadn't eaten anything since noon. It was almost 8 p.m. and he still hadn't eaten anything. He couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Feng glanced at him. I have some biscuits here. Take them and fill your stomach. I'm not eating. Zhang Wenjie saw that the biscuits were for old people like Grandfather Hua and immediately shook his head. He wouldn't eat them no matter what. Elder Hua, it's already past 8 p.m. Why don't we go back? Zhang Feng couldn't bear it anymore. You haven't eaten all night either. Grandfather Hua had been walking around outside for a long time, and his body was cold from the cold wind. Then, he entered the very warm carriage. Under the alternating cold and heat, he quickly couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his forehead and couldn't speak. Zhang Feng quickly felt Grandfather Hua's forehead with the back of her hand and was shocked. Elder Hua has a fever. We have to get treatment quickly. She then turned to the sentry and said sternly, the chief suddenly fell ill and you still won't let us in. Are you going to be responsible for all the consequences? Every military headquarters base had a complete set of hospitals and military doctors. The Special Operations Forces base must have one as well. This was Zhang Feng's line of work and she knew it very well. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 328. Grandfather Hu wasn't an ordinary senior official. Although he had retired, he used to be the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. His health wasn't something a sentinel could be responsible for. The sentinel was taken aback. The other sentinel immediately said, since the senior official is ill, we can let them in immediately. This was a special situation. It was fine even if they didn't have permission from the lieutenant colonel on duty. Moreover, they had already gone through all the necessary procedures. It would be against the rules to stop these people here. The two sentinels made a decision in an instant. They returned to the sentry post at the entrance. One called the official residents to inform them that they had let them in. The other went to press the button to raise the bar. Soon, the thick and heavy crossbar that blocked the entrance of the Special Operations Forces headquarters was raised. Grandfather Hua's driver immediately stepped on the gas and sped inside. Gu Nianji had just arrived at Song Jinning's door on the third floor when Zhao Liangze received the call that the Huas had already entered. She didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng was talking to Song Jinning inside. She couldn't just barge in. She only knocked on the door and asked through the intercom, Auntie Song, is Hu Xiao inside? There's something I need to inform him about at the entrance of the headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng was listening to Song Jinning talk about the mysterious text message data on Uncle Hu Guanyuan's private phone. Song Jinning even turned on the computer to show him the pictures when she got to the part where she got excited. Hu Xiaoheng was also stunned. He began talking with Song Jinning and time passed without him noticing. It wasn't until he heard Gu Nianji's voice through the intercom that Hu Xiaoheng remembered he hadn't brought his earphones or phone. They were preparing for New Year's Eve dinner and had just changed. Zhao Liangze was by his side, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't bring these things. Song Jinning looked up from the computer and said to Hu Xiaoheng, is that Nianji's voice? Is there something? There should be. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the door and opened it to let Gu Nianji in. He asked her, what's wrong? What happened at the entrance? Gu Nianji saw Song Jinning look up at her and panicked. However, she still had to say what needed to be said. If she hid it now, it would be truly embarrassing if Song Jinning was caught off guard. It's Grandfather Hua who brought his family here for New Year's Eve dinner. Gu Nianji blurted out everything in one breath. They're already at the main entrance. The sentry over there asked if they should be let in. Hua Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He took his left hand out of his trouser pocket and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He folded his hand behind his back and said dryly, "Not just anyone can come in here." Song Jining understood Gu Nianji's words and immediately realized that Hua Guanchen was coming. Although she was unhappy and didn't want to see him, grandfather Hua was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, and Hua Guanchen was Hua Xiaoheng's father. If they wanted to spend the new year with him, it was completely reasonable. Hua Xiaoheng had no reason to stop them. Therefore, she immediately stood up and patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder to remind him, "Xiaoheng, it's New Year's Eve. It's just a reunion dinner. I'm not so weak that I can't even bear to see them." Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at Song Jining carefully. He couldn't see any reluctance on her face, so he nodded. "I know what I'm doing." He and Gu Nianji left Song Jining's suite together and walked downstairs. Just as they came down the spiral staircase, they saw a group of people rush in from the door. Leading the group was Hua Guanchen. He carried grandfather Hua on his back as he strode into the living room and placed him on the sofa. Zhang Feng followed beside him and hurriedly took out a thermometer from the medical kit to take grandfather Hua's temperature. Hua Jialan followed beside Hua Guanchen and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji standing in front of the stairs. The two of them were wearing cashmere sweaters of the same color and pants of the same color and style. They actually looked like a couple's outfit. The corners of Hua Jialan's mouth twitched. She quickly lowered her head and stood quietly to the side. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui stood on either side of Zhang Feng and took care of grandfather Hua, who was lying on the sofa. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie stood far away at the entrance to the living room. They didn't dare approach. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept across the uninvited guests in the living room. He looked at Yin Shixiang, who was the last to enter. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang quickly said, "Grandfather Hua suddenly fell ill, so the guards at the door let them in." He continued, "I met them at the door and already called Dr. Qin. He's on his way here." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and slowly walked over from the stairs. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said slowly, "Grandfather and father stay. The rest of you leave immediately." Hua Guanchen didn't say anything, but grandfather Hua couldn't take it anymore. He sat up from the sofa and said angrily, "Xiaoheng. It's the new year, what are you doing? Grandfather has recovered." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Don't be angry, but don't make things difficult for me." As he spoke, he looked at the Zhang family and Hua Jialan. He said calmly, "Please leave. This is not a place for you to be." Zhang Feng didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to be so ruthless. They had already come in, but he still wanted them to leave. She didn't say anything and stood beside grandfather Hua holding his arm. She gave her son and daughter-in-law a look to ask them to stand beside her. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui were honestly terrified by Hua Xiaoheng's look. They weren't familiar with Hua Xiaoheng and were already afraid of him. Now that he was saying this, it was like they were going to fall out. They felt even more uneasy. Why can't they come? Grandfather Hua's face darkened. Hua Xiaoheng was not giving him face at all. He had been a soldier all his life and finally climbed to the position of second in command of the Supreme Military Council. No one dared to give him any face. This is your home, and also the home of the Hua family. You want to chase them away. This is the official residence of the Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Forces. It's not the home of the Hua family. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly to grandfather Hua. This is a special situation. I apologize. He turned to face the door and ordered, "Guards." A few soldiers with loaded guns ran in and saluted him. "Chief." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and extended his arm. He pointed from Zhang Feng to Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie at the door. "Arrest all of these people." "Yes, sir." The soldiers were well trained. They immediately took the ropes from their backs and tied up Zhang Feng, Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui. Just as they were about to tie Hu Jialan up, her face paled. "Cousin brother. I'm here to apologize to second aunt. Let me see second aunt and kowtow to her. I'll leave after that." Ha! Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing coldly. She walked to Hu Xiaoheng's side and raised an eyebrow at Hu Jialan. "You abused Mrs. Song for 10 years, and you think a kowtow is enough? Don't you think you're too calculative?" "I didn't mean it." Hu Jialan burst into tears. Her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground. "I really didn't mean it. I was tricked by Genie." She was crying her heart out. Her tears flowed down her face like a broken necklace. Her expression was mournful, but she looked beautiful when she cried. There was no snot or tears everywhere. Gu Nianji looked at her coldly for a while. "All right," I said, kowtowing and crying won't help. "Hu Jialan, don't think you'll be fine just because you weren't convicted in court. I'm telling you, after the Lunar New Year, I'm going to sue you for hurting Mrs. Song." Hu Jialan didn't expect to sue her. She trembled and looked at Hu Guanchen pleadingly. "Second uncle, I really didn't know I was tricked." "Second uncle, my father is gone, shut up." Gu Nianji was slightly angry. She stopped Hu Jialan. "What do you mean by mentioning your father? Are you saying you can abuse Mrs. Song now that Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan is gone? I don't understand that logic either. I told you, don't come crying to us on New Year's Eve. Go home, eat and drink, and wait for the court summons for the civil lawsuit." Hu Jialan was not criminally guilty of mental abuse, but a civil lawsuit was entirely possible. Losing a civil lawsuit wouldn't put her in jail, but it could make her bankrupt. Hu Jialan sat on the ground, her face pale. Before she could recover, Hu Xiaoheng spoke. "Since you're not Uncle's biological daughter, according to the trust's terms, Uncle's share of the fund's profits can no longer be transferred to you. I've already called the trust's administrator." This was the first watch. "Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes." The second watch was 1 in the afternoon. Mwah. Chapter 329. Hu Jialan, who had just been heartbroken, was now completely dumbfounded. She leaned back and sat on her kneeling feet. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng in a daze, as if she hadn't heard what he had just said. Hu Xiaoheng didn't waste any more words. He turned to stand beside Grandfather Hua and glanced at his guards indifferently. The guards didn't need Hu Xiaoheng to say anything else. They had already taken out ropes and tied Hu Jialan up. At the entrance, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie had already raised their hands in fright. "Don't tie us up. We're leaving right now. Right now." With that, the siblings turned and ran out of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. This was the Special Operations Forces base, not the military's residential area. How could they be allowed to run around? As expected, not long after, the guards at the entrance dragged in 2 unconscious people. They said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Chief, these 2 didn't listen and ran around outside." Qian Shihui's hands were tied behind her back. When she saw her son and daughter unconscious on the ground, she immediately screamed, "Nana! Jia! What's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy." She regretted coming here. She didn't want to come in the first place. She was tempted by Zhang Feng and followed them. Now she was humiliating herself. Grandfather Hu glared at Hu Xiaoheng when he saw his grandson and granddaughter unconscious. He couldn't reprimand him because the guard's words reminded him. This place was indeed different from the military residential area they lived in. Although it was also heavily guarded, that was against outsiders. The people living there were still able to move around freely. At least they wouldn't be caught and knocked out by the guards as soon as they ran around, at the end of the day, he still underestimated Hu Xiaoheng's ruthlessness. Grandfather Hu frowned at Hu Xiaoheng. His emotions were complicated. Hu Xiaoheng was decisive and unbiased. He lived up to the expectations of the public. However, he was completely heartless, and Grandfather Hu couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. He originally had 2 sons. The eldest, Hu Guanyuan, died, leaving only Hu Guanqin. Fortunately, Zhang Feng gave him another son, Baoqin. Ever since he was young, he had never paid any attention to this son of his. In fact, he did not even know of his existence. By the time Zhang Feng brought him to him, Zhang Baoqin was already married and had children. He had given up almost nothing, yet he had a son and 2 grandchildren. At that time, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie were 6 and 4 years old respectively. They were at their most lively and adorable age. Grandfather Hu felt that he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a father. Even now, he still couldn't let his son return to his roots. He felt very guilty towards Zhang Baoqin and spoiled Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie even more. He sincerely hoped that Hu Xiaoheng would respect Zhang Baoqin as his own uncle, love Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie as his own siblings, and take good care of them. From the looks of it, he had not achieved any of his goals. Zhang Feng's hands were tied and she looked at Grandfather Hu sadly. Grandfather Hu, please let us go home. Wenna and Wenjie must be sent back for a checkup. If anything happens to them, they can be saved immediately. Her words were laced with sarcasm. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her, but Gu Nianji did not like it. She crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling. She said calmly, "Our guards are all well trained. They were only knocked out to prevent them from running around and screaming. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, right?" Zhang Feng frowned and turned to look at Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie lying on the floor. Wenna and Wenjie have been spoiled since they were young. How could they have experienced something like this? I'm really afraid they'll get sick from the shock. Since they're so fragile and will get sick from the wind, they shouldn't have stayed at home in the dead of winter. It's the new year, but they had to go to someone else's house to get beaten up. Who can they blame? Gu Nianji said unhappily. Zhang Feng was very unhappy that Hu Xiaoheng didn't say a word and allowed Gu Nianji to bicker with her. But she had always had a good temper and never argued with others. But she wasn't a pushover. She couldn't pretend she didn't hear people scolding her. After fuming for a long time, she finally replied. This family's surname is Hua. May I ask what Miss Gu's surname is? Gu Nianji giggled. She had a pillow when she wanted to take a nap and a face slap when she wanted to. She raised her eyebrows at Zhang Feng and asked, "You know this family's surname is Hua. May I ask, who are you? What's your surname?" It was Gu Nianji's first time meeting Zhang Feng. She didn't know her status before, but Hu Xiaoheng had introduced her to all the Huas. If he hadn't mentioned her, then she wasn't a Hua. That was why she dared to say it. But her words really stabbed Zhang Feng in the heart. If Zhang Feng had any regrets in life, it would be that she couldn't stand by Grandfather Hua's side openly and take his surname. Why do you care what my surname is? It's still more legitimate than yours. Zhang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore and replied coldly. Gu Nianji didn't know where this attractive middle-aged woman came from, but seeing that she was close to Grandfather Hua and had a medical kit, Gu Nianji guessed that she might be a doctor too. She wisely kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything else. Hu Xiaoheng looked over and sat down on the sofa. He said calmly, "Your surname is Zhang, and your name is Feng. You're my nurse. May I ask what you mean by legitimate?" "Mom. Don't say any more. What's the point of winning an argument with a little girl like that?" Zhang Baoqin moved to Zhang Feng's side and lightly nudged her shoe with his foot. Gu Nianji looked at Zhang Baoqin, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie at the door, and then at Zhang Feng. She suddenly understood and gasped. She had heard Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie call Hua Xiaoheng cousin brother, and occasionally Zhang Baochen call grandfather Hua dad. Although Hua Xiaoheng only told her to call Zhang Baochen and his wife Qian Shihui Uncle Zhang and Auntie Zhang, Gu Nianji was very clear about the relationship between the Zhangs and grandfather Hua. Now that Zhang Feng had appeared, and she was Zhang Baochen's mother, everything made sense. Zhang Feng, this old nurse, was actually grandfather Hua's mistress. How dare she say she's legitimate? Zhang Feng's third wife, do you really want to argue with a lawyer about legitimate? Yes, may I ask what you mean when you say you're more legitimate than me? Gu Nianji stood behind the sofa where Hua Xiaoheng was sitting. She acted like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. May I ask how old you are? You still want to compete with me? I'm a pure and innocent girl, I don't dare to compete with you and legitimate. Wasn't she mocking her for not being pure and innocent? Zhang Feng was so angry that the flesh on her face began to tremble. The corners of her lips twitched, and she used all her strength to stop herself from arguing with Gu Nianji. Zhang Baochen was right. What was there to argue with a little orphan girl like Gu Nianji? Head nurse Zhang is already over 60 this year. Gu Nianji, how old are you? How can you speak to her like that? Grandfather Hua was displeased and couldn't help but support Zhang Feng when he saw her aggrieved expression. Gu Nianji pouted and said to Zhang Feng unwillingly, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you. But you're already so old, why are you still a nurse? The retirement age for women in our country is 60. Before she could finish, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, yes, Nianji is right. Head nurse Zhang is already 64 years old. Based on her age, she should indeed retire. As he spoke, he turned to Zhao Liangzi, who was standing nearby and watching the drama unfold. Remember to go to the military after the new year and ask them to send another head nurse to grandfather. As for head nurse Zhang, you should retire and go home to enjoy the rest of your life. It was the second watch. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 330. What did you say? Retire. Retire. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui cried out in unison. Zhang Feng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked up, her face full of fear and disbelief. She instinctively grabbed grandfather Hua's arm and held on to him tightly. She looked at him pleadingly, her charming eyes suddenly filled with tears. Zhang Feng shook her head vehemently and sobbed, but did not speak. But her agitated expression and actions made it clear what she meant. She did not want to retire, or rather, she did not want to leave grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua was also stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, but for a moment, he did not understand what he was saying. Yin Shixiang glanced at grandfather Hua's pale and flushed face, and was worried that Hua Xiao's words would agitate grandfather Hua. After all, he was already in his 70s. If something happened to him, who knew what the Zhang family would say when they got out? He quickly stepped forward and pointed at Hua Zhelan, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. He ordered the guards, take them to the car outside and guard them. Then guard the door. No one is allowed to come in. He thought for a moment, then added, Dr. Chen is an exception. The guards looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he was unmoved, they knew he had no objections. They quickly replied, yes, sir, and carried the three out. Grandfather Hua caught his breath and yelled angrily at Hua Xiaoheng, retire. How dare you think of that? I know you don't like them and have always wanted to get rid of them. I'll make it clear to you today, she. As he spoke, he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Feng, even if she retires, she will never leave. Grandfather, head nurse Zhang is already in her 60s. She has been with you since she was in her 20s. She has worked hard for her entire life. Please don't be so heartless. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and calmly flicked it between his palms. He spoke as if he did not know the relationship between Grandfather Hua and the Zhang family. Grandfather Hua sneered and straightened his back. His expression darkened. Xiaoheng, are you really going to be so ruthless? Grandfather, I'm just following the law. How am I being ruthless? Hua Xiaoheng shrugged and stood up from the sofa. He was so tall and imposing that the moment he stood up, he immediately blocked Gu Nianji, who was standing behind the sofa. His towering figure stood in front of Gu Nianji, giving her a sense of security. However, Gu Nianji could see a trace of loneliness in his unyielding back. Hua Xiao must have always felt lonely in that home. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat as she stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoheng's back. Her gaze was focused and passionate, and her unconcealable love formed a net that densely covered the back view in front of her. Zhao Liangze was standing diagonally behind Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. He had been watching the scene lazily with his arms crossed when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Nianji's extremely affectionate gaze. His entire body shook, and he immediately put down his arms and walked towards Gu Nianji, coughing softly. The guards and orderlies had already left. Only the Hua family, the Zhang family, Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze were left. The guards and orderlies had already left the spacious living room. Only the Hua and Zhang families, as well as Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze remained. The living room was quiet. Other than Zhang Feng's occasional choking sounds, there were no other sounds. The living room was quiet. Other than Zhang Feng's occasional choking sounds, there were no other sounds. Zhao Liangze had no choice but to persuade him. Hua Xiao, why don't we talk in the small meeting room? There was a small meeting room on the first floor for Hua Xiaoheng's special use. There were no cameras or recording devices inside. There were also anti-recording and anti-camera interference devices. Even if someone secretly brought a phone or a spy recording device inside, it would not be of any use. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and immediately turned around. Come in then. The group left the living room and went to the small meeting room on the first floor. As soon as the door closed, Grandfather Hua could not take it anymore. He was furious. Zhang Feng's forbearance, all these years of companionship, and his guilt towards his youngest son's family had all transformed into dissatisfaction towards Hua Xiaoheng. I know, Xiaoheng. You're older and your military rank is higher, so you can disregard an old man like me, right? Grandfather Hua enunciated each word slowly, but with emphasis on each word. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. His posture was still straight. Grandfather, please don't say things out of anger. I never meant to disrespect you. Never meant to disrespect me. Grandfather Hua grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and said, disrespecting her is disrespecting me. How dare you say you never meant to disrespect me? Gu Nianji was furious. She clenched her fists and wanted to argue with Grandfather Hua. However, Hua Xiaoheng quickly raised his hand and pressed it on her shoulder. Gu Nianji could only shut up and look up at Hua Xiaoheng. Her face was full of indignation and anger. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the small face that was defending him. The last trace of indignation in his heart was miraculously soothed. After so many years, he was no longer the lonely youth who was so angry he couldn't speak. He had learned to compromise and balance. He had also learned to plan ahead and forbearance. However, all of this was based on his growing strength. Because those who did not have the strength to fight back were not worthy of forbearance. Now was the time for him to fight back. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji comfortingly, then looked up at Grandfather Hua, who was fuming with anger. He said coolly, Grandfather, head nurse Zhang has the rank of first lieutenant, and I have the rank of major general, so she should be the one to respect me, not the other way around. Personally, she has nothing to do with me. May I ask why you want me to respect her? Personally or professionally, I can't think of a reason why I should respect her. I'm not well educated and don't understand this logic. Grandfather, please explain. Gu Nianji was overjoyed as she listened. She secretly gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up in her mind. Grandfather Hua laughed coldly. He looked up at the door and said loudly, I know you're close to your great-grandmother. But when your grandmother was alive, I didn't do anything wrong to her. Your grandmother passed away 18 years ago. I've always been single. Even if I have to be a widow, it's enough. I'll make it clear today. I want to marry her. From now on, she will be your step-grandmother. As he spoke, Grandfather Hua looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a dark gaze. Is this reason enough? Shouldn't you respect her? Elder Hua. Zhang Feng was surprised and overjoyed. She almost hugged Grandfather Hua's arm. She never thought that being humiliated by Hua Xiaoheng today would have such an unexpected effect. She thought she would never see this day in her life. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Oh no! Had old Master Hua been forced into a corner, so he spoke without thinking. He was really going to marry Zhang Feng. This was going to be troublesome. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly. He squinted his eyes and asked, Grandfather, are you really going to marry head nurse Zhang? Grandfather Hua regretted his words as soon as he said them. But seeing Hua Xiaoheng's unrelenting attitude, Zhang Feng's tearful smile, and Zhang Baochun's ecstatic expression, Grandfather Hua couldn't take back his words. He forced himself to say, yes, so what? Can't I? Which law says you can't remarry after you've lost your spouse? Your grandmother passed away 18 years ago. You have to think this through. Hua Guanchen hadn't said a word since he came in. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw his own father and son at odds with each other. Both grandfather and grandson had the same stubborn temperament. Hua Guanchen had no choice but to smooth things over. He said sternly to Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, don't go overboard. Your grandfather is getting on in years. You need to know your limits. He then advised Grandfather Hua, Dad, don't say things out of anger. It's the new year, why make a fuss? Gu Nianji understood what he meant. Hua Guanchen obviously didn't want Zhang Feng to be his stepmother. Grandfather Hua saw that both his son and grandson objected and couldn't back down. He said stiffly, I'm not saying things out of anger. I'm going to marry her. I've wronged her all my life. Now that I'm old, what's wrong with giving her a status? This was the first watch. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at the end of the month. It was 1 in the afternoon. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 331. Just a title. Hua Xiaoheng retorted. He pointed at Zhang Baochun and asked Grandfather Hua, what about him? Everyone thinks he's head nurse Zhang's illegitimate child. What will happen to him if you marry head nurse Zhang? Zhang Baochun's identity was only known to the Hua family, but everyone said he was Zhang Feng's son with someone else and was staying with the Hua family as a housekeeper. Grandfather Hua had never acknowledged Zhang Baochun's identity. This was something he felt particularly guilty about. He was his biological son, but lived like a servant in the Hua family and was constantly bullied by Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Jialan. Of course Baochun will change his surname. Grandfather Hua went all out, just like Jialan. She's not related to us by blood, but still has the Hua surname. Baochun changing his surname is the same. Who would dare to make irresponsible remarks? Hua Jialan's surname is Hua. Eldest uncle acknowledged her identity and treats her as his biological daughter. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. His attitude relaxed, although it's proven that she's not, from the perspective of marriage laws, she's still eldest uncle's legal heir. Yes, it's the same for Baochun and Jialan. Grandfather Hua sat down with Zhang Feng's help. I married her, so her son is naturally my son. This situation was not uncommon. Remarried men and women had their own children, and some changed their surnames after marriage. But Zhang Baochun's situation was different. So you're treating everyone like fools? Hua Xiaoheng said slowly, his tone calm to avoid agitating grandfather Hua. Marry head nurse Zhang, then say your biological son is someone else's son. But change his surname to become your legal heir. This was indeed a hurdle that could not be crossed. Grandfather Hua was stunned by the question, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Zhang Feng and saw that she had lowered her head and was silently leaning against him. He then looked at her white hair and sighed, turning back to Hua Xiaoheng. Yes, as long as you and I don't talk about this, no one will think too much about it. You can't say that. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and knocked on the conference table. Grandfather, don't be so serious. There are many things you can do, but you can't say. There are other things you can say, but not do. For example, if you don't marry and don't acknowledge your illegitimate son, no one will know. But when you got married, he changed his surname. So what? Can't I say that he's not my biological son? Grandfather Hua yelled and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Of course not. If he really isn't your biological son, then there's no problem at all with you marrying head nurse Zhang. Zhang Feng's heart sank when she heard this. She couldn't help but grip grandfather Hua's arm tightly. Their biological son had actually become an obstacle to their marriage. How could there be such a logic in this world? Zhang Feng gritted her teeth in anger. Old Master Hua patted her hand and told her not to be afraid. Hua Xiaoheng continued. But it just so happens that he's your biological son. The DNA test has already been done, and we just took a fresh blood sample, so we can do it again at any time. You can't hide this even if you want to. Grandfather Hua's gloomy face turned pale. Under these circumstances, you still insisted on getting married. That's announcing to the world that you let down grandmother 40 years ago. Also, Zhang Feng and you were both active duty soldiers at that time. She broke up a military marriage and had a child out of wedlock. That's a political issue. You had an affair and raised an illegitimate child. That's an even more serious mistake. Zhang Baochun, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie are the ironclad evidence of your affair and her breaking up a military marriage. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He glanced at them silently. Zhang Feng, Zhang Baochun, and Qian Shihui were petrified. They couldn't say a word. It was as if they had been forced to the top of a cliff. They could either jump to their deaths or wait to be bitten to death by a beast charging up from behind. They would die if they advanced or retreated. There was no way out for them. Zhang Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. She sobbed and buried her head on grandfather Hua's shoulder. Elder Hua, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I secretly gave birth to the child and you didn't even know. I never had any intention of breaking up your marriage with Mrs. Xia. At the time, Hua Xuaneng really didn't know that Zhang Feng had a child that time. After that, Zhang Feng took a year off. When she came back, she was no different from before. Although she took care of him more diligently than before, Hua Xuaneng's wife, Xia Xian, was still alive at that time. They were very close, and Hua Xuaneng didn't care about Zhang Feng at that time. His feelings for her only deepened after Xia Xian's death and the 18 years they spent together. Although you didn't tell me, I'm still thankful that you gave birth to Baochun. Grandfather Hua held Zhang Feng's hand emotionally. Don't cry. Since it's already come to this, I owe you and your son an explanation. Hua Xiaoheng's expression became even more distant. He straightened his back and looked at the crying Zhang Feng. Head nurse Zhang, do you dare swear that you never had any intention of breaking up my grandfather and grandmother's marriage? Zhang Feng wiped her tears and said seriously, I didn't. I can swear on my military rank. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Why don't you swear on your son and grandson's health? I'll believe you more. What do you mean? Zhang Fang's expression changed instantly. Xiaoheng, I know you're close to Mrs. Xia. I don't blame you. It's fine if you don't treat me as your step-grandmother, but don't drag my son and grandson down with you. I don't mean anything. Hua Xiaoheng looked towards the window. The night sky was so dark. It was just like the last year of his grandmother's illness. Every day after school, he would stay by his grandmother's bedside to do homework, read to her, and talk to her. But his grandmother always wanted to see his grandfather, but she couldn't. At that time, I remember that every time Sister Chang came to see grandfather and asked him to visit grandmother, you wouldn't let her. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head. Right? Head nurse Zhang. Do you still remember Sister Chang? Sister Chang was an old servant that Xia Zian had brought from the Xia family. She had been with her for her entire life, but Zhang Feng was still ahead of Sister Chang. At that time, your grandmother was seriously ill. I was worried about the chief's health. Of course, I couldn't let him visit often. Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. This is my responsibility. What did I do wrong? What? Zian asked Sister Chang to visit me. Grandfather Hua was shocked. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about this? Hua Xiaoheng spread his hands. The chief was so busy that he probably didn't remember these small things. But I remember. I can still remember the expression on grandmother's face. Grandfather Hua's expression was so agitated that Zhang Feng panicked. No way. After 18 years, he still remembered Xia Zian. Zhang Fang's eyes drifted to the corner of the wall. Her heart was pounding. Grandfather Hua turned to stare at Zhang Feng for a while before looking away. He calmed down and said coldly, during the last year of your grandmother's illness, I wanted to see her, but she wouldn't. So you can't blame Zhang Feng for this. Zhang Feng sighed softly. She was finally relieved. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore and said, Old General Hua, you can't say things like that. You have to think about the cause and effect between the two. Was it head nurse Zhang who hid the news first and didn't let you see Mrs. Xia, or was it Mrs. Xia who didn't want to see you first? As soon as she said that, everyone understood. Xia Zian had clearly asked Sister Chang to see Hua Xuanong, but because of Zhang Fang's obstruction, Hua Xuanong didn't go see Xia Zian. Xia Zian was furious and refused to see Hua Xuanong. This was the normal cause and effect relationship. But Grandfather Hua said that Xia Zian didn't want to see him in the first place, so Zhang Feng wasn't wrong to stop him. She was completely distorting the truth. Gu Nianji was disgusted, but didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng's expression gradually turned cold. His tone became more businesslike. Fine, if you insist on having your way, then your name will have to be removed from the trust fund. Grandmother's trust fund clearly states that if you remarry, you won't have the right to inherit. Also, once you remarry, the truth of what happened that year will definitely be exposed. The organization will investigate the mistakes you made in the first place. I can guarantee that the punishment you will face will be a demotion in rank. Because the number of generals was fixed. Every carrot had its own hole. If he didn't leave, others wouldn't be able to. Grandfather Hua made such a huge mistake and even gave away his weakness. It would be strange if others didn't take it. So, have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? Grandfather Hua murmured, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Yes. First, your rank will definitely be general. As to what rank, I don't know. You probably won't be able to live in the house in the military headquarters. Second, you won't have a share in the trust fund. Your share will be transferred to me according to grandmother's will. Grandfather Hua really didn't care about the trust fund. He immediately said, you can remove my name from the trust fund. That's your grandmother's dowry. I didn't want it in the first place. But the issue of military rank and treatment had to be carefully considered. He had been a soldier all his life and had fought many battles. He had always been a victorious general on the battlefield, but now he was facing a situation where he couldn't even protect his honor. If he wasn't a general anymore, he wouldn't be able to live in the military headquarters. There wouldn't be so many orderlies and secretaries. There wouldn't be so many people visiting him during the holidays. He wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the high-level meetings of the empire. His treatment would plummet. Was he ready to accept all of this? Grandfather Hua couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lowered her eyes. She was thinking about more things than Grandfather Hua. First was Xie Xian's inheritance. Although it was a dowry, Zhang Feng had always believed that since they hadn't signed a prenuptial agreement, Grandfather Hua should get half of Xie Xian's inheritance. The other half would be split equally between Grandfather Hua, Hua Guanyuan, and Hua Guanchen. Hua Xiaoheng should only receive Hua Guanchen's inheritance. But somehow, Hua Xiaoheng actually inherited most of Xie Xian's inheritance. He had the meat, and others could only drink the soup. But when it came to her son and grandson, there were only leftovers. They were all Hua Xuanong's biological son and grandson. Why? But hearing Hua Xiaoheng's words, Zhang Feng found herself in a dilemma. If she didn't marry Grandfather Hua, she wouldn't be able to inherit a portion of Xie Xian's inheritance according to the marriage law. But if she married, Xie Xian's will clearly stated that Grandfather Hua didn't have a share. She still wouldn't be able to inherit Xie Xian's inheritance. Was such a will even written by a human? Was there really no problem? It was the second watch. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 332. Zhang Feng immediately came to a conclusion. Xie Xian was already terminally ill when she made her will. She didn't have a clear sense of self, so her will was manipulated and had no legal effect at all. The matter of the will was easy to solve, but if the fact that she and Grandfather Hua had an illegitimate child was exposed, would the military really make things difficult for them? Grandfather Hua was already retired, but he had good personal relationships with the military, the Senate and the cabinet. Grandfather Hua's second son, Hua Guanchen, was also a general and the director of the military's political department. Would he allow the military to investigate his own father? I'm afraid not, and Hua Xiaoheng, he was a major general, would he let his grandfather's scandal affect his future climb? Definitely not, so in the end, they were just threatening and scaring them so that they would back off and the Hua family could take advantage of them. How could they let them get what they wanted? Grandfather Hua was the only man she had been with all her life. She did loved him her whole life. Did she not have the right to share everything he had? Then let's try it. Zhang Feng held Grandfather Hua's arm and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Elder Hua, as long as our family can be together, I don't care about the reputation. Even if I have to retire and have my military rank erased, I'll accept it. However, old Master Hua hesitated. He didn't care about Xie Xian's inheritance, but he couldn't ignore his own status and military rank. The price of being with Zhang Feng seemed to be too high. Hua Guanchen saw Grandfather Hua's hesitation and quickly took the opportunity to smooth things over. All right, Xiaoheng, Father, both of you should take a step back. Father won't remarry, and Xiaoheng shouldn't make a big deal out of this. As his grandson, I have no right to interfere with Grandfather's decision. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. But head nurse Zhang's retirement is certain, and that will never change. If Zhang Feng retired and didn't marry Grandfather Hua, she would have no reason to stay with the Hua family anymore. Xiaoheng, you have to understand your grandfather. Your grandfather is getting old, and you and I are not home most of the time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. Fortunately, the Zhangs are with him. Hua Guanchen sighed and tried to persuade Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng refused to let the Zhang family stay in the Hua residence anymore. He didn't give in at all. Father, if grandfather wants to find someone to accompany him or even remarry, I have no problem with that. I've already said that he can find someone else. It's just that she can't. Xiaoheng, you're obviously targeting my mother with your words. Zhang Baochen couldn't take it anymore and spoke up for Zhang Feng. Yes, I'm targeting your mother. Hu Xiaoheng replied crisply, you'll be punished for stealing things, not to mention coveting someone else's husband. She has to pay for what she did. What did she do? She was just a weak woman. Can. Zhang Baochen blurted out. Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Shut up. Are you saying that your mother was forced? Is that what you mean? If she didn't admit that she had taken the initiative to seduce him, would that mean she was forced by Old Master Hu more than 40 years ago? Old Master Hu's expression changed as well. This was no ordinary accusation. He suddenly turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked coldly, you're telling your son that I forced you back then? My son had suddenly turned into your son. Old Master Hu's mood had clearly changed. No. 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 I didn't. Zhang Feng was miserable and embarrassed. In a moment of desperation, she slapped her son and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Your father and I were in love back then, that's why we had you. Don't flatter yourself. Hu Xiaoheng unknowingly took out the round gold coin from his pocket and played with it. He turned to Old Master Hua and asked, Grandfather, you and head nurse Zhang were in love that long ago. You clearly said it started after grandmother passed away. Old Master Hua glared at Hu Xiaoheng, feeling that he had lost all face. Fine, fine, fine. Xiaoheng, you're all grown up now. You even dare to humiliate me. I don't want to be a general anymore. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We don't want to spend the new year here anymore. Old Master Hua was embarrassed and had no choice but to leave. Hu Xiaoheng also completely flipped out. Fine, you can leave, but they can't go back to the Hua family. They can't. Where do you expect them to stay on New Year's Eve? Xiaoheng, don't be so cruel. Are you trying to kill them all? Old Master Hua was so angry that his blood pressure was about to explode. Kill them all? Of course not. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Zhang Feng and Zhang Baochen without batting an eyelid. He said calmly, rooms 214, 216 and 218 of Chunhui Building B in 3rd Ring Chaoyang. 3 duplex suites. Each is 200 square meters. They are all under Madame Zhang Feng's name. For apartments with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Baolong Court in 4th Ring Jichuan District. Each apartment is 150 square meters. They are all under Zhang Baochen's name. Grandfather, I won't say anything else. I'm only talking about these 7 properties in the imperial capital. The Zhang family's faces were instantly filled with fear. They didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to list all the properties under their names so clearly. Not bad, not bad. Now we don't have to worry about them sleeping on the streets. Gu Nianji laughed softly. But based on the current property prices in the imperial capital, you're all billionaires. I'm really impressed. The returns from being a nurse are so great. I don't know if I can afford a property like this even if I've been a lawyer my entire life. Hu Xiaoheng nodded approvingly. He reached out to pat Gu Nianji's head. You're still far from that. How can you compare to them? Being a nurse is so profitable. Hu Xiao, can I be your nurse? Gu Nianji turned around and smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. How much can I earn a month? Zhao Liangzhe laughed. A nurse earns a few thousand a month. But the head nurse probably earns tens of thousands. But even if she earns over 10,000 a month, those 7 properties are all worth over 10 million. Think about it, How many lifetimes would the head nurse have to be a nurse to earn that much? Don't slander me. Zhang Baochen panicked. Property prices weren't this expensive in the past. Why can't we afford it? Qian Shihui also quickly said, my family is rich. Those houses were bought by my family. Your family paid for the properties under your mother-in-law and husband's names. Is your family laundering money? Gu Nianji mocked Qian Shihui. She purposely didn't look her in the eye. You're the one laundering money. Your whole family is laundering money. Qian Shihui was so angry she wanted to jump up and fight Gu Nianji. She had always looked down on Gu Nianji. She didn't expect to be insulted by this little orphan girl. She could tolerate Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. Why should she tolerate Gu Nianji? I was just saying. Why are you so agitated? Did I hit a sore spot? Oh my. Did I accidentally say the truth again? Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. The Bulgari watch on her wrist drew a bright arc under the light. It was so bright that it almost blinded Qian Shihui. I said I bought those properties in the past. Zhang Baochen glared at Qian Shihui to shut her up. The property prices were only 1,000 per square meter. Who told you not to buy them earlier? Hu Xiaoheng looked up slowly and nodded at Zhang Baochen. Bought them in the past. How many years ago was it that the price of a square meter was 1 or 2,000? About 20 years ago. Zhao Liangze thought about it. Or even earlier. That's weird. The Chunhui building in Chaoyang was built 3 years ago. Baolong Court in Jichuan Precinct was only completed last year. Tell me, where did you buy the properties in the past? They weren't demolished. Zhang Baochen's face turned purple from Hu Xiaoheng's words. He stammered and couldn't say anything else. It was so embarrassing to be caught lying in public. Don't talk to him. Think about what he does for a living. Grandfather Hu stood up. Let's go. He won't let you go back to the Hu family. I'll go with you. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when she heard that. As long as Grandfather Hu went with them, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to return to the Hu family. All right then, Elder Hu can stay at my place. Zhang Feng quickly supported Grandfather Hu. Let's bring the New Year's Eve dinner to Chaoyang. Grandfather Hu snorted and left Hu Xiaoheng's official residence with Zhang Feng. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shihui quickly followed. Hu Xiao, are you letting them go just like that? Gu Nianji was still angry even after the Zhangs left. That's too easy on them. Of course it's not that simple. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. My goal is to let Zhang Feng spend the rest of her life in prison. This was the first night. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at the end of the month. 1 p.m. on the second night. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 333. Gu Nianji cocked her head and looked Hu Xiaoheng up and down. Hu Xiao, another lawsuit. He looked eager to give it a try. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled and ruffled her hair again. No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was calm but firm as he said, stay out of it. This is an internal military matter. After all, it was related to Grandfather Hu, and Zhang Feng hadn't committed a murder like Bai Jini, so it wasn't appropriate to involve Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want her to be estranged from the Hu family in the future. Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about it, so she was very considerate and didn't ask any more. She stood quietly beside Hu Xiaoheng and obediently accompanied him. The two of them stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in Hu Xiaoheng's suite on the second floor. They watched the car disappear into the distance in silence. Not long after, Zhao Liangze knocked on the door and spoke into the intercom, Hu Xiao. Nianji. Time to eat. Gu Nianji rubbed her stomach and giggled. Oh, I'm really hungry. Huashao, we can have a happy reunion dinner now. At around 7:30 p.m., the reunion dinner was ready. It was already 8:30 p.m., but they still hadn't started eating. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the room with her and headed downstairs to the dining room. Hua Guanqin also left. Because the Zhang family refused to take Hua Jialan with them, Hua Guanqin had no choice but to leave and take Hua Jialan back to the Hua residence for the new year. Song Jining and Yin Shixiang were sitting in the dining room. When they saw them enter, they waved at Gu Nianji. Nianji, come sit with me. Gu Nianji happily walked over and sat down next to Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the head of the table. Song Jining was on one side, and Yin Shixiang was on the other. Zhao Liangze and Gu Nianji sat across from each other with Yin Shixiang and Song Jining. Just as the five of them were about to start eating, a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the living room. A man as fat as a ball, wearing a furry down jacket with a large collar, rolled in and shouted, Hua Xiao. Where's the patient? I heard your grandfather is sick. It was Chen Lai. Hua Xiaoheng put down his glass speechlessly and waved towards the living room. The guard standing at the dining room door hurried to the living room to bring Chen Lai in. Chen Lai walked quickly, his arms swinging as he took off his down jacket and threw it on the sofa in the living room. He then walked quickly to the dining room. Counting the people sitting inside, he scratched the back of his head and said in surprise. Where's your grandfather? Where is it? Is he resting upstairs? Hua Xiaoheng invited him over. Since you're here, let's eat together. Our family's old man threw a tantrum, but it's fine now. He went home. Chen Lai breathed a sigh of relief. We should have come earlier, but something happened to the car on the way here and it almost broke down. I called little Zay and he said there's no need to worry. Zhao Liangze was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng looked over. Zhao Liangze quickly stood up and said with droopy eyes. Grandfather Hua had just woken up when Dr. Chen called, so I told Dr. Chen not to worry. It was when Grandfather Hua announced that he wanted to marry Zhang Feng. Zhao Liangze saw that Grandfather Hua was in good spirits and guessed that his condition wasn't that serious. He didn't rush Chen Lai and told him not to worry. Have a seat, he's fine. Hua Xiaoheng raised his glass and saluted everyone at the table. Everyone must be tired tonight. Have a good meal and drink whatever you want. In their line of work, they had to be able to drink, but they couldn't let it affect their work. Most people didn't touch a drop of alcohol when they didn't need to drink in private. However, they had to have a drink during the new year. Gu Nianji followed suit and took a sip of red wine. She saw the stewed ribs and lotus root she had brought earlier in the day placed in front of her. This dish is so authentic. Gu Nianji took a bite of the tender, fragrant, and meaty stewed fresh lotus root and a piece of pork rib that almost melted in her mouth. The double enjoyment of her taste buds was magnified by the stimulation of the red wine. She was tipsy, her watery eyes uncontrollably drifting towards Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid. He occasionally chatted with Song Jining and clinked glasses with Yin Shixiang. He didn't meet Gu Nianji's eyes. Gu Nianji sneaked glances at Hua Xiaoheng many times. She was unhappy when he still didn't look at her. She drank one mouthful after another until the alcohol kicked in. She didn't care anymore. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze saw this and panicked. They were afraid that Gu Nianji would cause a scene and be discovered. Yin Shixiang, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji, snatched the glass from her hand. He smiled. Nianji, don't drink too much. We're going out to set off fireworks later. You won't be able to go out if you're drunk. Gu Nianji shook her head and muttered, I don't want to see fireworks. Who wants to see fireworks? No matter how beautiful it is, it's fleeting. I don't want it. She wanted it to last forever. She didn't want it to be temporary. The corners of Yin Shixiang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, you little girl, I've really spoiled you. He picked up a large piece of lotus root and placed it in Gunyanji's bowl. He said angrily, eat up. Stewed ribs and lotus root. I brought this fresh lotus root just for you. No way. Gunyanji glared at him. Her large, watery eyes were a little tipsy. Yin Shixiang was stunned. I bought this. Did you know? I bought it with Hu Xiao. Gunyanji pointed in Hu Xiaoheng's direction but didn't look at him. Chen Lai held his glass and looked at Gunyanji, then at Hu Xiaoheng. He winked and smiled. He was just short of slapping his thigh and yelling at Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze saw that the situation wasn't looking good and quickly poured Chen Lai some wine to divert his attention. Dr. Chen, please drink. You must be able to taste the vintage of this red wine, right? Chen Lai also knew about red wine. He was interested as soon as he heard that. He began discussing the quality of the wine with Zhao Liangze and didn't pay any more attention to Gunyanji and Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't ignore Gunyanji's incessant glances. However, he had always been calm and collected. He didn't have the habit of flirting with her in front of everyone, so he ignored her. However, he kept watching her from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Gunyanji was getting more and more upset and drinking more and more, Hu Xiaoheng drummed his fingers on the table and looked down to pour himself a glass of wine. He stood up and said to Song Jining, Happy New Year. Song Jining clinked glasses with him and nodded with a smile. Happy New Year. Then she pushed his arm to make him look at Gunyanji and laughed softly. Why aren't you going to comfort her? The little girl is about to cry. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Nianji, let's stop drinking. Your eyes are all red. Yin Shixiang was so busy taking care of Gunyanji that he almost yelled at her. If you don't listen to me, Brother Xiong won't hold back. How can you not hold back? Do you dare hit me? Gunyanji rolled her eyes at Yin Shixiang. It was good to be drunk. He had guts. Hu Xiaoheng walked over with a glass of wine and patted Yin Shixiang's shoulder. Big Xiong, you've worked hard this year. Happy New Year. Hu Xiao is too kind. It's my duty. Yin Shixiang quickly stood up and clinked glasses with Hu Xiaoheng. Gunyanji leaned on the table and looked at Hu Xiaoheng eagerly. She watched as he clinked glasses with Yin Shixiang and drank before walking over to her. He's here, he's walking over. His gaze finally landed on her. Gunyanji's heart was filled with excitement. The slight resentment she had for Hu Xiaoheng disappeared immediately. In the heart of a young girl passionately in love, one look from her lover was enough to make her giddy and happy for a long time. Gunyanji supported herself on the table and stood up shakily. She took the wine glass and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with an intoxicated expression. She smiled sweetly and shyly. Hu Xiaoheng was bewitched by her infatuated expression. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. However, he realized they were in the dining room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he changed directions midway and placed his hand on Gunyanji's shoulder. He said gently, sit down. You've already drunk a lot. Gunyanji sat down obediently and nodded. Not a lot, not a lot. I can still drink. Shouldn't you be shaking your head when you say you haven't drunk a lot? Yin Shixiang snickered from the side. And you say you haven't drunk a lot. Your brain is out of sync with your body. What he was thinking and what he was doing were out of sync. He was drunk. Hu Xiaoheng knew Gunyanji's alcohol tolerance. She couldn't drink at all, especially when she was in a bad mood. It was easier to get drunk if she drank alone. He looked at Gunyanji speechlessly. He bent down and clinked glasses with her. His voice was low and affectionate. You don't have to drink anymore. I'll drink for you, okay? Ha! Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Drink for me. She raised the wine glass to Hu Xiaoheng's lips. Hu Xiaoheng finished his wine first, then took Gu Nianji's hand and drank the red wine in her glass in one gulp. When he drank, Gu Nianji's eyes seemed to be glued to him. She couldn't look away for a moment. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi could only pretend they didn't see it. They ate and drank happily. Song Jining smiled with her eyes squinted. She had no intention of interfering. Chen Lai was the only one who laughed so hard that he fell over. He raised his glass and said, Hu Xiao, what's wrong with you? If you're drinking with Nianji, you should at least drink with her. Don't you guys think so? It was the second watch. Please vote a few more monthly votes and try to get more tomorrow. Chapter 334. Pft. Pft. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi spat out their drinks at the same time and looked at Chen Lai in shock. Chen Lai winked at them, don't you think so? No. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi retorted in unison. Yin Shixiang added, Chen Lai, you can't say things like that. Our Nianji is still young, you can't make jokes like that. Gu Nianji was drunk and focused on Hu Xiaoheng, but Chen Lai was laughing so loudly and clearly that she heard it too. Her mind went blank for a moment. She turned to look at Chen Lai blankly and saw his smiling eyes. She instinctively repeated. Cross cups. How do I drink it? Pfft. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi spat out again. Hu Xiaoheng straightened and walked to Chen Lai. He put down his glass and picked up the Mao Tai on the table. He poured a third of it for him, then a third of red wine, and finally a third of tequila. The sparkling wine glass was white, red, and green, just like a cocktail. Hu Xiaoheng raised the glass and swirled it. The three colors blended together to form a rainbow. Here, Chen Lai, you've worked hard this year. Here's to you. Hu Xiaoheng placed the rainbow cocktail in Chen Lai's hand and continued to hold his glass of white wine. Bottoms up. Chen Lai gulped. Hu Xiao, drink. If you don't drink, then you're looking down on me and not treating me as a friend. Hu Xiaoheng put down his glass to show that he had finished it. Chen Lai had no choice but to drink since he had already said that. You win. Chen Lai mouthed to Hu Xiaoheng before downing the cocktail in one gulp. Not long after he finished drinking, Chen Lai's round, fair face flushed red. His eyes gradually glazed over, and his reaction time slowed when he looked at people. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his seat and continued to eat his reunion dinner leisurely, occasionally chatting with Song Jining and Yin Shixiang. He looked at Gu Nianji and Chen Lai from the corner of his eye. Not long after, the two of them were already drunk and unconscious. One glass and you're drunk. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. Guards, take Dr. Chen to the guest room to rest. The guards at the entrance of the restaurant walked in and helped Chen Lai out. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi knew that Chen Lai had spoken without thinking and touched Hu Xiaoheng's sore spot. As expected, it was still a taboo for him to talk about his relationship with Gu Nianji in front of him. After Song Jining finished her meal, she stood up and nodded at the people in the dining room. I'm going back to rest. Enjoy your meal. Mrs. Song, aren't you going to stay up all night? Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi both stood up. Song Jining shook her head and touched her burning face with a smile. No, I'm used to sleeping and waking up early. She looked at Gu Nianji, who was already sprawled on the dining table, and said to Hu Xiaoheng, Nianji is still young. She can't drink so much. Remember to give her some soup to sober up. Without Hu Xiaoheng's instructions, Zhao Liangzi immediately informed the orderlies in the kitchen to send 2 bowls of hangover soup, one for Gu Nianji and the other for Chenlai in the guest room. Gu Nianji's dizziness was unbearable, so Yin Shixiang finally woke her up and fed her the soup with a spoon. She felt a little better after a bowl of pickled bamboo shoots and chicken skin soup, but she still couldn't lift her spirits. How many times have I told you not to drink if you can't? Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked over to her. He bent down to help her up. Go back to sleep. Gu Nianji was practically hanging from his arm, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Yin Shixiang quickly said, Hua Xiao, you're busy. Do you want me to take her back to her room? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and only gave him a sharp look. Yin Shixiang couldn't move from that look. He could only watch as Hua Xiaoheng half carried and half supported Gu Nianji out of the dining room. Stop looking. Zhao Liangzi knocked on the dining table. Let's eat. There's still a lot of food to eat. They're gone, so we can't waste the food. Hua Xiaoheng helped Gu Nianji out of the dining room. He picked her up by her knees and carried her up the stairs to her suite on the second floor. He pushed the door open to enter and slammed it shut with his foot. The lights were off in the room, but the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows were open. The street lights outside glowed brightly, making the room seem like it was dusk. It was dim, but not dark. Hua Xiaoheng placed Gu Nianji on the sofa and sat beside her. He looked down at her. You're awake. Yeah. Gu Nianji slowly sat up and rested her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. It's not midnight yet. I don't want to sleep. Why were you angry just now? Hua Xiaoheng asked in a low voice. He placed a hand on the side of her face and gently rubbed her cheek with his thumb. Just now. Gu Nianji frowned. You didn't even look at me just now. I looked at you so many times. You're angry just because of that? Yeah. Gu Nianji didn't dare look Hua Xiaoheng in the eyes. I was a little angry just now, but I stopped being angry after you came over. She knew she shouldn't have, but she couldn't control herself at that time. When you really like someone, you'll find that your emotions fluctuate with that person. It's completely out of your control. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her steadily. His gaze was a little unreadable. But if you follow me, there will be more situations like this in the future. It's even possible that when you fell into the river with someone else, I was saving someone else. Can you really take it? Oh. You don't have to save me. I can swim. Gu Nianji blinked her large eyes and giggled. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. His gaze was indifferent. His thumb was still rubbing her cheek, but his fingers were gradually losing warmth. It was gradually becoming a little cold. You still don't understand what I mean. Falling into the water at the same time was just a metaphor. Gu Nianji looked back at him. Her eyes gradually became clear. She sighed softly and nodded. I understand. I know everything. I understand all the logic. You have a special identity, a special status, and a special job. You're different from ordinary people. But I just couldn't control myself for a moment. You have to control yourself even if you can't. Hua Xiaoheng gripped her cheek tightly. He used a little too much force and even pressed a red mark on her cheek. Gu Nianji pressed his hand down and whispered, I want to control myself, but I can't help myself. Do you understand? Hua Xiaoheng was stunned and didn't speak. I like you so much. If I could control my emotions no matter what, I wouldn't be the 18-year-old Gu Nianji. I would be the Hua Xiaoheng who had the rank of Major General at the age of 28 and had made countless contributions. Gu Nianji answered seriously and made a calm expression, but she looked like a child who had secretly worn an adult's clothes. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He bent down and kissed her. He pried open her lips and pressed in, lingering with the tip of her tongue. She was so young and had grown up by his side. She was completely defenseless against him. She was like a flawless crystal, exquisite and translucent. He could even see the other side at a glance. A young girl's feelings were fiery and direct, without any impurities. With Hu Xiaoheng's age and experience, how could he not understand? She only had him in her heart, but his heart and eyes were filled with too many things. She only occupied a very small part of his heart, even though that was all his feelings for a man and a woman. Hu Xiaoheng thought that he was actually a fickle and ruthless man. If he gave her the only bit of feelings he had between a man and a woman, she would probably still feel that it wasn't enough. Releasing her lips, Hu Xiaoheng pressed his forehead against hers and rubbed her back with one hand, as if he was coaxing a child. But Gu Nianji was already satisfied. She didn't want all of him. Some people were full of feelings, like the vast ocean, inexhaustible. Some people were fickle, and all their feelings might only add up to a small well. Hu Xiaoheng was the kind of person whose feelings were at most a well. But even if it was just a small well, she was willing to be a frog at the bottom of a well for him. She stubbornly guarded the sky above her head and treated it as her entire world. Gu Nianji leaned her head against his chest and listened to his steady heartbeat. She smiled happily. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her and rested his chin on the top of her head. He said slowly, "But you have to control yourself. If you can't do it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue being together." "I'll do it." Gu Nianji raised her head from Hu Xiaoheng's arms. She seemed to have grown up a lot in an instant. "Don't worry, I won't lose control again." Her expression was very determined, but there was still a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes. "I'll wait and see." Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "You should rest early. Come with me to pay New Year's greetings tomorrow." This was the first night. "At the end of the month, I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon. Mwah. Chapter 335. Gu Nianji nodded obediently. "I'm going to shower and then go to bed." Hu Xiaoheng kissed her forehead and watched her go to her bedroom. He sat in Gu Nianji's living room for a while before leaving her room. When he returned to the dining room downstairs, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were both drunk. Although they didn't fall asleep immediately like Qinlai, their eyes were wide open and their reactions were slow when they saw Hu Xiaoheng enter. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at them and poured himself a glass of wine. He slowly took a few sips and said to Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang, "Go to bed early today. I'll be back for a meeting on the first day of the new year. We need to make the most of the new year." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze responded in unison and drank a few more glasses with Hu Xiaoheng before leaving the dining room drunk. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in the dining room. Since there was no one else around, he took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a long drag and watched the white smoke rise in front of him. He had already made a rough plan for what to do during the new year. Some things had been delayed for too long and he didn't want them to drag on past the 15th of this year. Gu Nianji came out of the shower and was indeed very tired. She lay on the bed and didn't want to move. Hu Xiaoheng's words echoed in her mind and she remembered every word clearly. Although it was difficult, she would work hard. Gu Nianji thought back to the kiss just now and bit her finger to savor it again. She didn't come back to her senses until her phone rang. She reached for the phone and saw that it was He Jichu calling. She thought about it and still answered the phone. She said sleepily, "Professor He, Happy New Year." He Jichu heard Gu Nianji's voice on the other end and was slightly surprised. "Nianji, you're asleep?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji's voice grew softer and softer like a feather brushing against his ear. He Jichu gripped the phone tightly and his clear voice softened. "You're sleeping so early. Then go to bed early. Happy New Year." Gu Nianji didn't respond. She had already fallen asleep. After a sweet sleep, she woke up at 8 a.m. on the first day of the new year. Gu Nianji washed up and went to greet Song Jining first. Mrs. Song, Happy New Year. Good girl. Song Jining liked her a lot, so she had prepared a big red envelope early on. Here, this is for you. Gu Nianji accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Mrs. Song. Song Jining waved at her. You're welcome. You can play by yourself. I'm going to start working. With that, she buried her head in front of the computer and began to plan the experiment. Mrs. Song is so professional. Gu Nianji smiled as she left Song Jining's room to look for Hua Xiaoheng. But Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in his room. Gu Nianji went downstairs to find Hua Xiaoheng, Chen Lai, Yin Xixiang, and Zhao Liangze all having breakfast in the dining room. Hua Xiao, Brother Qin, Brother Xiong, Brother Zai, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you. Gu Nianji cupped her hands and bowed to the four men in the dining room. It had been like this for so many years, so they were used to it. Chen Lai took out the red envelope first. Nianji, come here. Although you're already an adult, you're still in school. I still have to give you this red envelope. Gu Nianji hadn't expected Chen Lai to give her a red packet. She walked over to accept it with a smile. Brother Chen is the best. Yin Xixiang and Zhao Liangze were also prepared. They each took out a red packet and placed it in her hand. Gu Nianji took the 3 red packets and sat down to eat. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and placed a red packet on the table. Nianji, here's another one. Oh. Hua Xiao is giving red packets too. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She thought Hua Xiaoheng had given her a custom-made watch as a gift, so there wouldn't be any more red packets. She walked over to Hua Xiaoheng and picked up the red packet from the table. She squeezed it, knowing it must be another bankbook. For the past 6 years, Hua Xiaoheng had always given her a bankbook with her name in the red packet every year. She had never seen how much money was in it. Perhaps now was the time to see how much money she had. She still wanted to buy a car. Thank you, Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji almost bowed to Hua Xiaoheng in gratitude. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng took her out for New Year's greetings. First, they went to the Hua family's mansion in the military headquarters. Happy New Year, Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji greeted Hua Guanchen respectfully. Hua Guanchen was quite gentle with her. He also gave her a red packet with 5 thin $100 bills. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji looked around the living room. Grandfather Hua really hadn't returned. Of course, the Zhangs weren't here either. Hua Jialan came downstairs and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a complicated expression. She said quietly, Happy New Year, cousin brother. Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually and turned to Hua Guanchen. Dad, I'm leaving. There are a few other places I must visit. Hua Guanchen knew the severity of the situation. Go. He paused and said, I'll go to your official residence tomorrow. You can go alone. Hua Xiaoheng drew a red line for Hua Guanchen. If he crossed it, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't give him the chance to see Song Jining. Of course. Hua Guanchen shook hands with him. Where else are you going today? General Ji's house and Speaker Long's house. Other than those two, I'm not going anywhere else. Hua Xiaoheng said honestly. With a shake of his hands, an orderly came over with a coat for him to wear. Okay, then I won't be going to their house this year. Let's stagger. Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng decided on a New Year visit. They needed to move around as well. General Ji's house was located in the best area of the military headquarters. It was also the most heavily guarded area. Hua Xiaoheng brought Gu Nianji to General Ji's house. The security check alone took almost half an hour. It was mainly for Gu Nianji. She wasn't a soldier, and because her background was unknown, there were more places to check than others. However, Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry. Gu Nianji couldn't go in, so he stayed by her side. Lieutenant Colonel Huang, who was in charge of the security check, was very embarrassed. He could only speed up and finally complete all the procedures. When Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng into General Ji's house, she whispered, "Did I waste your time?" "It's fine. I'm only going to 2 houses anyway." Hu Xiaoheng walked unhurriedly and brought Gu Nianji to the entrance of the Ji residence. From the entrance, she could see the situation in the living room. Although it was past 9 in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Ji residence was already full of guests. General Ji was the head of the Supreme Military Council. He was also a friendly person. Many people wanted to visit him for the Lunar New Year, but not everyone could enter. Gu Nianji's gaze swept across the living room and was immediately attracted by a beautiful girl wearing a milky white alpaca coat. She looked somewhat familiar. "Hey, Xiaoheng is here." General Ji looked over and waved for him to come over. The familiar-looking girl was sitting on the sofa opposite General Ji. There was a middle-aged man beside her who was very protective of her. Gu Nianji finally remembered that this girl was the intern police officer who had forced them to stop yesterday. Hu Xiaoheng also saw the people in the living room but didn't say anything. He walked over to General Ji and said, "Happy New Year, General Ji." Gu Nianji didn't wait for Hu Xiaoheng to remind her and obediently said to General Ji, "Happy New Year, General Ji." "Nianji, Happy New Year to you too," General Ji said as he took out a red packet for Gu Nianji. "I haven't seen you in a few years. I didn't expect you to be a big girl when we meet again." General Ji had officially met Gu Nianji when she was 12 years old and had just been rescued by Hu Xiaoheng. Her sudden appearance and the blueprints in her backpack piqued the military's interest. General Ji personally came to see her and made Hu Xiaoheng her guardian. After that, 6 years had passed in a flash. Gu Nianji smiled. "I remember you. You haven't changed at all." "Oh, ha ha ha. Nianji really knows how to talk." General Ji smiled happily and nodded to Gu Nianji. "Go sit over there. I'll bring Xiaoheng to meet a few people." Gu Nianji agreed obediently but kept following Hu Xiaoheng's back from the corner of her eyes. General Ji brought Hu Xiaoheng to Su Giki, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him. He introduced him. Su Giki, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Operations Department. He then introduced his daughter, Su Piaohong. "This is his daughter, Piaohong." Hu Xiaoheng nodded nonchalantly. "Happy New Year." Su Piaohong's face was as red as a tomato. She mustered up her courage and said, "Hu Xiao, I let you down yesterday. Please forgive me." She then bowed to Hu Xiaoheng in front of everyone. It was the second watch. "I'm too tired today. Tomorrow will be the third watch. Let's vote a few more times." Chapter 336. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was as if a drop of water had suddenly fallen into a pot of boiling oil. Su Piaohong's father, Su Giki, said apologetically to Hu Xiaoheng, "Chief, I've already taught her a lesson. She won't be so reckless again. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her." "Oh. What happened?" "Piaohong, how dare you offend our Hu Xiao? How dare you?" General Ji's wife, Mrs. Ji, teased, "Shouldn't you drink 3 glasses as punishment?" She waved for someone to bring a glass of wine. Su Piaohong took it shyly and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, I'll drink then." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and shook his head. "I don't understand what Miss Su means. I don't remember you offending me. I can't afford to apologize or drink as punishment." He then looked at General Ji and his wife, Mrs. Ji. "General Ji, Other than wishing you a happy new year, I have something else to discuss with you. General G, I wonder if you have the time. It's New Year's today, do you still have to work? Mrs. G smiled sheepishly at General G. It was too much to have work on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Although Gu Nianji didn't follow them, her eyes followed Hu Xiaoheng. Seeing that Mrs. G was unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji had an idea. The glass of red wine in her hand suddenly fell with a loud clang, and everyone looked over. The red wine had spilled all over her light pink dress and was particularly eye-catching. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and picked up her hand to inspect. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Gu Nianji shook her head and said apologetically, no, I was too careless. Hu Xiaoheng brought her over to General G and Mrs. G and bowed slightly to them. General G, Nianji has been too rash and has caused you trouble. He then turned to Mrs. G and said, Auntie G, please take her to get changed. Gu Nianji quickly said, I have a set of clothes in the car. Just send someone to get it. Hu Xiaoheng made a call to his orderly, and the clothes were quickly delivered. Mrs. G took Gu Nianji's hand and said, come with me, it's a pity this dress is St. Laurent's new spring collection, right? Not only was it a new spring collection, but it was also custom-made for spring. It was also a limited edition worldwide, and there were only 3 pieces in total. Gu Nianji's dress had been specially modified according to her preferences, and it even had her name on the inside. Gu Nianji smiled and said, Auntie G, you have a good eye. It is indeed St. Laurent's new model. My heart aches too, but I was careless. Who can I blame? Hu Xiao will punish me with a 10-kilometer cross-country run when I get back. Oh. He's so strict with you. Mrs. G was amused. Will you really run? It's true. I was punished like this when I made a mistake in the past. Gu Nianji was very talkative and eloquent, so she quickly distracted Mrs. G's attention. Her casual flattery made Mrs. G smile. Mrs. G was already so in love with Gu Nianji that she couldn't let go of her clothes. She brought Gu Nianji around the house and introduced her to all the guests. She was even more attentive than her own daughter. General G watched in shock as his wife and Gu Nianji hit it off at first sight. He coughed a few times before smiling at Hu Xiaoheng. This Gu Nianji is really something. She's a lawyer after all. Look at her sweet mouth. She's able to coax your Auntie G to the skies. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes revealed a slight smile, but it quickly disappeared. He looked at Gu Nianji and said, we're very strict with her. She's just a little more polite than most girls. Su Piaohong didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. She bit her lip as she stood beside her father, Su Giki. She had gone from being the center of attention to being ignored by everyone. She seemed to have been forgotten. Su Piaohong looked at Mrs. G, who had been coaxed away by Gu Nianji, and then at General G, who was about to leave the living room to discuss business with Hu Xiaoheng. Su Giki didn't dare to interrupt General G and Hu Xiaoheng's conversation. His status and military rank were much lower than those two. It was all thanks to Mrs. G's respect for Su Piaohong that she was able to speak to Hu Xiaoheng and General G today. That was why she was able to personally apologize to Hu Xiaoheng when he came to visit. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to deny that there was anything wrong. It made it seem like the father and daughter were purposely trying to get close to him. It was so embarrassing. Su Piaohong could only watch as Hu Xiaoheng and General G left the living room and went to the study. When they arrived at the study, General G sat behind the desk. He was no longer smiling. He placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and asked Hu Xiaoheng, what's so important that you have to say it now? Because if I don't say it today, it might be too late tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng took a step forward and placed a flash drive on General G's desk. It's like this. In the year-end report of our department's overseas members, it was mentioned that a relatively large domestic company had set up a branch in Italy. However, they didn't actually do business there. Instead, they were doing money laundering. It was the Lunar New Year period, and many banks were closed. However, since the second day of the Lunar New Year, banks started to open one after another. Therefore, this matter was indeed urgent. General G's eyes darkened. He didn't take the flash drive. He stared at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "This doesn't seem to be within your jurisdiction." "I thought so at first." Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly and continued calmly, "We did a routine check on this company's headquarters in the country. In the end, we discovered that it had done a lot of business with the military. It was even a supplier for several military projects." "What?" General G was shocked. "You're saying that this company has connections with the military?" "There's no connection." Hu Xiaoheng sighed. "But in the contracts it gave to the military, there were fraudulent quotes and shoddy products. To be precise, it used illegal methods to earn high profits in its transactions with the military. Now that it's facing an audit by the military, it's worried that it'll be found out. Therefore, it plans to transfer these profits to an overseas bank." Outrageous. General G was furious. He hated black-hearted businessmen like this the most. They even dared to embezzle money from the military's projects. "I want to see who has the guts to do this." Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a while. He lowered his voice and said, "This is the second thing I want to say." "What is it?" "Do you know who did it?" General G stood up and said sternly, "Is it someone from within our ranks?" Strictly speaking, suppliers for military projects had to go through the bidding process to obtain the project contract. However, there were definitely many people who used their connections. Under the same bidding conditions, those with connections would definitely have a higher chance of winning. This was a tacit unspoken rule. However, at the same time, if there was a problem with the supplier, the internal personnel who used their connections to vouch for the supplier would definitely be punished. This could be considered as power and obligation complementing each other. They couldn't just take the benefits and not bear any obligations. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and smiled helplessly. "This company did use the military's connections, and it's related to my family." "Your family?" General G's expression turned even uglier. "Xiaoheng, don't say it's you." "Of course it's not me. To be precise, it's not someone from my family, but it's related to my family. Because that person used my grandfather's name to help that company obtain the contract from the military logistics department." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "She's my grandfather's head nurse, Zhang Feng. You know her too." "It's her." General G had a strange expression on his face. "It's really her." "Yes, I've already obtained evidence of her transaction with that company," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly without any emotion. "That company's CEO's son married Zhang Feng's niece, so the two families are in-laws. They wanted to be the supplier for the military project, but they didn't have the qualifications. Zhang Feng used my grandfather's name to negotiate with Deputy Director Liao of the Military Logistics Department." "Old Liao." General G was even more shocked. After a moment, he rubbed the back of his head and sighed. "It's not his fault. Old Liao is your grandfather's old subordinate. He was the one who groomed him. Yes, that's why she was able to use my grandfather's name to get this done." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "But this has nothing to do with my family. My grandfather didn't know about this the whole time. I can't let the Hu family be humiliated because of this, so I asked General G to immediately order the bank to freeze all the company's assets using the reason that the military project was damaged. At the same time, send the military disciplinary department to investigate Zhang Feng. This was the first watch. It was the last day of the month, and the third watch was asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. And today was Monday, so the recommendation list had been forgotten. The second watch was 1 p.m. The third watch was 7 p.m. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 337. But if we really investigate Zhang Feng, wouldn't your grandfather lose face? General Ji asked tactfully. This matter was too important. Before Old Master Hu retired, he was the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. Now, he was also a general. He was a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the empire. He had many connections and interest groups behind him. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and looked like he was weighing the pros and cons. General Ji saw this and nodded to himself. He was indeed a good seedling. He didn't pick the wrong successor, he would act when he needed to and knew what was important. And the Xia family, have you ever considered their feelings? General Ji reminded him again, worried that Hu Xiaoheng was too young and aggressive and would make too many enemies. I've considered it. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to have made up his mind. He looked up and replied calmly, only the Zhang family and companies related to them. No one else will be involved. He wasn't a brat and had already considered these conflicts of interest. After all, it was impossible to be promoted from a second lieutenant to a major general in 10 years without brains and ability. That's good. General Ji nodded in satisfaction and instructed him, don't be too aggressive in the beginning, but if other things surface during the investigation, it's not too late to investigate. Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng understood and immediately saluted to show that he obeyed General Ji's orders. General Ji was very satisfied with Hu Xiaoheng's reaction and understood that Hu Xiaoheng owed him a favor. He smiled and leaned back in his chair. Xiaoheng, you're 28 this year, right? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything. General Ji continued, you're still single. This isn't good for your future. The higher one went, the more important it was to have a stable family. At least it was normal to have a positive image in the eyes of the nation. I'm thinking about my personal problems. Hu Xiaoheng knew he couldn't escape this. If it was before, he would have had a headache, but now he had a satisfactory candidate, so he answered readily. Oh. Really? General Ji leaned forward with interest. His sharp eyes that could see through people's minds were now full of gossip. Who do you like? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. What? Not speaking. Why are you embarrassed in front of me? General Ji was amused. Tell me. I'll give you some advice. It seemed like General Ji wouldn't let him off if he didn't say something. Hu Xiaoheng could only vaguely reply, I said I'm considering it, but I don't have a specific goal yet. Is that so? General Ji nodded meaningfully. Xiaoheng, I've told you about this before. The organization places great importance on your marriage. You have to be careful and not make any mistakes. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Chief. I know that you have always listened to the arrangements of the organization, but marriage is a big deal. The organization will not force you to have a wife. What era are we in now? I won't do arranged marriages anymore. General Ji chuckled. His tone was soft but firm. But that doesn't mean you can find anyone you want. Do you understand? Understood. Hu Xiaoheng replied immediately. He knew that if he hesitated, General Ji would think of something else. Now was definitely not a good time to talk about his relationship with Nianji publicly. It's good that you understand. General Ji nodded with satisfaction. There were a few girls who matched your age today. There's Su Piaohong, the daughter of Deputy Chief of Staff Su. She was the one who apologized to you just now. Look at you, you were obviously stopped by her on the way here, but you still insist that nothing happened. It's good that you're thinking of other girls, but don't be so crude. Hu Xiaoheng realized that he had nothing to say and could only remain silent. General Ji saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't refute and became even more interested. There's also the daughter of the 1st Military Region's 8th Regiment's Commander Mao. She's quite pretty. She's been in the army for 3 years and is already a 1st lieutenant. Another one is the granddaughter of the 5th Military Region's Deputy Commander. She's 4 years younger than you and about the same age as Su Piaohong. She met you when she was an intern at the Congress and has a good impression of you. What do you think? Do you want to meet them all? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. You can get to know them one by one. General Ji couldn't wait to pair them up. Your auntie and I both have high hopes for Su Piaohong. She's a good girl and has a backbone. She refused to use her family's influence and relied on herself to enter the police academy. She even took the initiative to become a basic police officer. Think about it. You'll be very popular with the public if you have a wife like Su Piaohong in the future. If you were to become a political figure like General Ji, Senior Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Do, he and his family would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass due to the high level of exposure. Su Piaohong's way of doing things was undoubtedly what the public liked the most. She came from a good family but was willing to work and live like a normal person. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled. Chief, I'd like to settle this myself. Marriage requires a report and a background check anyway. Can you see if that's okay? Sure. General Ji thought about it and agreed, but still warned Hu Xiaoheng. If you're in a relationship, you have to report it and get approval from the Supreme Military Council before you can start a public relationship. Do you hear me? Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng agreed immediately. He had no choice but to agree. In their line of work, they had to hide behind the scenes, so they were not allowed to have privacy in front of the Supreme Military Council. Hu Xiaoheng even suspected that General Ji's words were a warning to him not to be with Gu Nianji. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He would never tell General Ji about it in person. Hu Xiaoheng completely understood General Ji's considerations, but he didn't agree. He had his own ideas and methods, but it wasn't the right time yet. He would be digging his own grave if he told General Ji now. So he remained silent. General Ji stood up to send him out. He put his hand on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder and continued to recommend Su Piaohong. Think about this girl carefully. She's a good person, capable, and very pretty. I heard from her father that she's never been in a relationship before. She's still a very pure piece of white paper. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't stay silent anymore. It would be an objection. He could only say, I'll think about it. Thank you for your concern, Chief. All right. General Ji patted his shoulder. Since everyone is free during the new year, you can ask her out for dinner and a movie in the next few days. You can also get to know each other better. I'm afraid I can't for the next few days. Hu Xiaoheng rejected calmly. I'm busy with the Zhang's case. I might not have that much time. I still have to go to Senior Speaker Long's house to explain the situation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the Senate questioned me. Haha, that's fine. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat, right? General Ji smiled and folded his hands behind his back. It's fine if you don't have time for a movie, but you have to treat her to a meal. You put her in an awkward position today, so you have to make it up to her. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled into a faint smile. General Ji likes Miss Su that much. Is she really not your relative? Of course not. Do you think I would be a matchmaker if I had a daughter? I would have married my daughter to you a few years ago. General Ji admired Hu Xiaoheng very much. He was regretting that he only had 2 sons and no daughters. His relative's daughter didn't think she was good enough for Hu Xiaoheng, so he never thought about matchmaking. Until recently, He realized that Hu Xiaoheng really should get married. It was the second night watch. There was still the third night watch at 7 p.m. It was the last day of October. Relatives looked at their ticket folders to see if there were any monthly tickets. Also, the recommendation votes on Monday were very important. Mwah. Chapter 338. Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji returned to the living room and chatted with the guests for a while before leaving with Gu Nianji to visit Speaker Long's home. Mrs. Ji walked Gu Nianji to the door reluctantly and said with a smile, "Nianji, come back in a few days. There are only a few close friends. You and Xiaoheng can have dinner together." General Ji's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Yes, we'll be treating a few close friends to dinner on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Xiaoheng can bring little Nianji up. He would invite Su Piaohong and Su Giki over then so they could get to know each other better." Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and smiled. "Hu Xiao is usually very busy. I'll listen to him." "Okay, I'll definitely come." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and got into the car with Gu Nianji. Mrs. Ji was still waving at the door even after the car had left. She said to General Ji emotionally, "Nianji is such a good girl. If she were my daughter, I would really love her to death." "Huh, didn't you just say that the Su family's daughter is also very good? I wish she was your daughter too." General Ji folded his hands behind his back and winked at Mrs. Ji. "Pfft. You only know how to make things worse." Mrs. Ji punched General Ji. The old couple was very loving. "How can it be the same? I said that because of you, and that girl is too straightforward and stubborn. She won't change her mind. What's the point of living with her? Nianji is different. Although she's young, she's very obedient and considerate. She's a doting child. Let me tell you, you can judge a person's age at 3. You can't judge a person by their age alone. Look at you, look at you. You've only seen her for 10 minutes and I can see that you're already biased towards her. Is Gu Nianji really that capable? She bought you over with just a few words." General Ji wanted to argue with her. The couple chatted and laughed as they entered the house. They stopped talking when they saw Su Piaohong coming up to greet them. Room 218, Block B of the Chunhui building in the 3rd Ring Road of the imperial capital was also bustling with people. However, they were all relatives and friends of the Zhang family and the Qian family, not the Hua family. The Zhang family followed Zhang Fang's lead. They were already the biggest family in their hometown, and many of the Zhang family members came to the capital to do business or find jobs. It was all arranged by Zhang Feng and Zhang Baoqin. The Qian family was Qian Shihui's maiden family. There weren't many people in the capital, but they were very close to Qian Shihui. Grandfather Hua was not familiar with these people. He sat alone in the bedroom on the 2nd floor to rest, read, and drink tea. He did not want to meet these people. Zhang Feng knew Hu Xiaoheng's temper and knew that they were not married yet. It would be awkward for Grandfather Hua to stay here, and she didn't want him to see those people. When the guests started eating, Zhang Feng brought Zhang Baoqin to see Grandfather Hua. She placed the food in the small room outside the bedroom for him and chatted with him. "Dad, try this. It's a local specialty from Shihui's family." Zhang Baoqin placed a box of dragon's beard cakes in front of Grandfather Hua. He knew that Grandfather Hua liked these local specialties. They didn't need to be expensive, as long as they were interesting. Grandfather Hua took a look and cut a small piece to eat. The dragon's beard melted in his mouth, filling his mouth with a milky flavor. It was indeed delicious and suitable for the elderly. "Not bad, not bad." Grandfather Hua nodded with satisfaction and said to Zhang Feng, "You eat some too. This is made from milk skin, it's very nourishing." Zhang Feng also took one and ate it. She felt it was a little rough, but since Grandfather Hua liked it, she agreed. Zhang Baochen smiled and said a few words to Grandfather Hua. Dad, Mom, I'm going downstairs to entertain the guests. Go ahead, I'll eat with your father. Zhang Feng smiled and waved at him, letting him go alone. After Zhang Baochen left, Zhang Feng set the table and ate with Grandfather Hua. The two of them ate and drank like a normal couple, which made Grandfather Hua very emotional and happy. He thought that he must convince his son and grandson to let him marry Zhang Feng. He was getting old, and that was the only thing he wanted. He just wanted someone to accompany him. Zhang Feng took a piece of braised sea cucumber for Grandfather Hua. Elder Hua, eat more sea cucumber. It's very nutritious. You eat too. Grandfather Hua took a piece of braised deer tendon for her. I remember that you like chewy dishes. You still remember. Zhang Feng was very touched. She scooped another bowl of soup for Grandfather Hua and ate as she said casually, I remember too. When Mrs. Xia was seriously ill, she couldn't even recognize people. Didn't the Xias send people to visit her? She even chased them out. Grandfather Hua replied with an oh, and tilted his head in thought. You mean, Xian's brother? Yes, I think so. I was just a nurse then, and only wanted to take care of the chief's health. I didn't dare to say a word about Mrs. Xia, nor could I. Zhang Feng brought Grandfather Hua's memory back to 18 years ago, when Xia Xian was seriously ill. At that time, the Huas were really busy. Grandfather Hua only remembered that after his beloved wife became seriously ill, her temper became more and more irritable day by day. The mild-mannered lady from a respectable family seemed to have changed into a completely different person. She would only speak to Hua Xiaoheng politely, but was impatient with everyone else. That year, the Xias sent Xia Xian's older brother and younger brother with doctors from abroad to treat her. In the end, for some reason, the siblings got into an argument and she chased the older brother out. Xian was sick, so her temper naturally wasn't as good as before. Thank you for your hard work. Grandfather Hua sighed. She was spoiled since she was young, so she couldn't take it. I can understand her. However, he didn't think too much at that time. He was still very hot-tempered and ignored her when she ignored him. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even get to see her one last time. Elder Hua, don't blame yourself. I think Madam didn't want to be like that back then. I'm guessing she can't control herself anymore. Zhang Feng said tactfully, when I was studying medicine, I heard my professors say that people who are seriously ill may lose their minds and do things they wouldn't normally do under the torture of the illness. Grandfather Hua didn't say anything and ate and drank quietly. Also, Madam was deeply in love with you. She wanted to marry you despite the Xia's objections. She was so deeply in love with you. Think about it, why would she make such a ridiculous will? Zhang Feng saw that Grandfather Hua didn't say anything and could only, patiently, persuade him again. Grandfather Hua thought about it and put down his chopsticks. That's not a big deal. That was all her dowry. I didn't want it in the first place, but she's gone and I couldn't tell her, so I didn't mind. I transferred all the funds earnings over the years to Xiaoheng and didn't keep a single cent for myself. Why would I, Hua Xuanong, covet my wife's dowry? What a joke. Zhang Feng almost couldn't keep the smile on her face when she heard that. She used all her strength to force a smile and said, Elder Hua, don't think like that. How sad would Madam be if you think like that? She wrote your name in her will because of you, didn't she? That's not bad. Grandfather Hua sighed. We were married for over 30 years and always had a good relationship. It was only when she became seriously ill in the last year that we argued. It was also my fault. She was already sick, why would I still be mad at her? Zhang Feng was a beautiful and understanding flower by his side at that time. Because they had slept together once, they had an extra layer of ambiguity between them compared to the other nurses. Of course, she was more pleasing to him than his wife, who was seriously ill and had a bad temper. That was how his heart slowly deviated from its original path. So, aren't you just breaking her heart again by giving up on the trust fund? You have Madam's trust fund, it's like Madam will always be by your side. Zhang Feng racked her brains trying to change the topic to Xie Xian's inheritance fund. Grandfather Hu glanced at her and lowered his eyes. I'm full. Go entertain the guests. I need to sleep for a while. Zhang Feng stood up awkwardly and said after a while, let me help you sleep first. Grandfather Hu was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. Zhang Feng's face lit up and she helped Grandfather Hu into the bedroom to rest. Just as she walked out of Grandfather Hu's bedroom, she saw Zhang Baochen rushing to the door with a phone in his hand. Mom, Uncle and the others are looking for you urgently. What's the big deal? Why are you so flustered? Zhang Feng smiled and poked Zhang Baochen's forehead. Your dad just went to sleep. Don't worry. She raised the phone and said hello. After listening to what the person on the other end of the line said, her voice became shrill. What? What did you say? It's only the first day of the Lunar New Year. Why is the bank account frozen? It was the third watch. It was the last day of October. Relatives looked at their ticket folders to see if there were any monthly tickets. The recommendation votes on Monday were also very important. Mwah. Chapter 339. That's right. That's why I called you immediately. The person on the other end of the line was Zhang Feng's younger brother, Zhang Qing. His daughter had married the heir of a large company and was working with them in the military supply business. Your niece-in-law is waiting for news at my house. We've already bought tickets for tonight at a high price to come look for you. Tell me in detail, what's going on? Zhang Feng took a few deep breaths and leaned against the wall of Grandfather Hu's bedroom on the second floor. She gradually calmed down. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. How did you know the bank would freeze their accounts? How else could I know? They're such a large company, how could they not have one or two people in the bank? They said they just received the news and immediately called their in-laws. You know, we're preparing to start transferring money tomorrow. With this, how are we going to transfer money? Zhang Feng's younger brother, Zhang Qing, was almost 60. He didn't take care of his health and was in poor health. He panted heavily when he was anxious. Zhang Feng's heart ached when she heard this. Don't panic. It's not a big deal, why are you so anxious? What's there to be afraid of being frozen? Just you wait, I'll show them how to freeze it, and then they'll beg me to release it. Zhang Qing was taken aback. His older sister was quite arrogant. Sis, you're that confident? He asked tentatively. Will the chief back us up? Stop calling him chief, you should be calling him brother-in-law. Zhang Feng covered her phone and laughed softly. She immediately reminded her brother. Don't tell anyone. After we get married, I'll bring your brother-in-law back to our hometown. Even if the bank freezes my accounts, he'll have to release it for me. Ha! The chief is marrying you. Really? Zhang Qing, who had been upset by today's news, was suddenly overjoyed. Don't try to fool me. This is not an ordinary thing. When you get your marriage certificate, our parents will be able to hold their heads high. Pfft. You make it sound like they haven't been able to hold their heads high. Zhang Feng laughed. The truth was, ever since Hu Guanyuan had died 16 years ago, Zhang Feng had taken the opportunity to tell Grandfather Hu about her son, Zhang Baochen. The Zhang family had been able to hold their heads high. Initially, it was to help Zhang Feng raise an illegitimate child, but later on, he realized that the illegitimate child's background was too powerful. Using the smallest investment to get the biggest return. Sis, that's different. You're the legal wife now, the legitimate wife of the bureau chief, and I'm the legitimate brother-in-law of the bureau chief. We have to rush over. I'm almost there with the third uncle. Zhang Qing had completely relaxed on the other side of the phone. Zhang Feng even heard him say to his son-in-law, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just the local bank that wants your family to pay up. Just ignore them. After the new year, we'll teach them a lesson." Sigh. Don't spill the beans. Zhang Feng quickly stopped her brother from talking. Hua Xiaoheng and his father, Hua Guanqin, didn't approve of her marrying grandfather Hua. In order to prevent them from playing any tricks, she had to get married secretly. The most important thing now was to return to the Hua residence and get grandfather Hua's ID, military ID, and household registration so that they could register their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhang Feng hung up and leaned against the second-floor hallway to think for a while. She turned around and walked back to grandfather Hua's bedroom to check. Grandfather Hua was really asleep. She knew that grandfather Hua had a bad temper. If she woke him up like this, she didn't know how angry he would get. Therefore, she held back for now and felt that it was okay to wait. The banks weren't open today anyway, and only some of their services would be open tomorrow. Whether or not the funds were frozen, they wouldn't be able to send money out. Actually, Zhang Feng wasn't keen on sending money out anymore. As long as she could marry grandfather Hua, she was more comfortable in the country. Why would she go out? To live a precarious life like a mole that never saw the light of day. She didn't want to. Zhang Feng adjusted grandfather Hua's blanket and turned to go downstairs to eat with her family and the Qian family's guests. Everyone saw that Zhang Feng had finally arrived and quickly gave up the main table. "Sister Zhang, please have a seat. Aunt Zhang, let me toast you as well. May you grow younger and prettier." "What, aunt? You're making our sister Zhang look old." "Actually, with Sister Zhang's appearance, people would believe you if you said you were my sister." "Screw you. This bootlicking is too ridiculous." A distant cousin of the Zhang family pointed at the handsome man in his 30s who was calling Zhang Feng sister and scolded him. "Look at yourself. Are you worthy of calling our sister Zhang sister?" Zhang Feng smiled at the handsome man in his 30s and sat down in a dignified manner. "Eat as much as you want. I'll treat you to dinner at the Hua mansion next time." These relatives had only heard of the Hua mansion, but had never been there before. However, they all knew that it wasn't a place they could enter as they pleased. Just the security check alone would take more than an hour. Sister Zhang's words are interesting. When are you going to treat us to the Hua mansion? That's where the higher-ups of the military live. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Zhang Feng smiled and kept them in suspense. "All right, stop asking me. How have you guys been? How's your company's business? What about you? Did your boss bully you? Is your son going to high school soon? Where are you planning to go? Number 4 high. Or are universities affiliated high?" Zhang Feng held a bowl of bird's nest and stirred it slowly without eating. Everyone at the table greeted her like she was the head of the household. Everyone respected her and knew that she was capable and had backing. They flattered her endlessly. The meal lasted from 1 p.m. to almost 7 p.m. before they bid farewell reluctantly. However, before they could leave, they heard banging sounds coming from the main door, as if someone had used a hammer to smash the door. They wanted nothing more than to smash a hole in the door. "Who is this? What a nuisance." Zhang Feng raised her eyebrows. "Auntie Chang. Go and see what's going on." Auntie Chang was the live-in helper Zhang Feng found for herself. When she wasn't living here in the past, Auntie Chang stayed here to look after the house, clean the place, and cook 3 meals a day. Auntie Chang was a plump middle-aged woman in her 50s. She wore a purple jacket and rushed to the door to open it. The moment the door opened, she yelled, "Are you blind? F***ck your mother. Do you know whose house this is? Do you want to die?" No one spoke outside the door. Four men in navy winter military uniforms, white gloves, and red armbands stood at the door. They had the insignia of a major with 2 bars and 1 star on their shoulders. They all had pistols strapped to their waists. They glared at Auntie Chang, who had just opened the door. You. Who are you? What do you want?" Auntie Chang's legs turned to jelly when she saw the 4 military officers. Recalling how she had just scolded an officer, she covered her mouth and slumped to the ground. Everyone in the house was dumbfounded when they saw the soldiers at the door. They didn't know what was going on. "Is this room 218, Block B, Chunhui Building, 3rd Ring Road, Chaoyangli?" the leading officer asked in a deep voice. His voice was sonorous and forceful, and it was like a whip that lashed on one's chest, causing uncontrollable pain. Yes. Auntie Chang held onto the door frame, almost kneeling. The military officer scanned the house with his sharp eyes. "Who is Zhang Feng?" "I am. What can I do for you?" Zhang Feng walked over gracefully. "Are you here to pick up old Master Hua?" She looked at their uniforms and realized that they were military police officers with the rank of major. She was sure that they were here to pick up Grandfather Hua. After all, with Grandfather Hua's status, it was impossible for him to stay outside with them. She had been wondering why they were so late. "You're Zhang Feng, the special class head nurse of the inpatient department of the military 314 hospital?" "First Lieutenant. Serving General Hua Xuanong." The military officer took out a document and read it aloud. Zhang Feng was a little confused but nodded. "Yes, that's me. Are you here to pick up Grandfather Hua? He's resting on the 2nd floor." Her apartment was a high-rise duplex, and it was very spacious and comfortable. When the guests in the house heard that Grandfather Hua was here, they immediately smiled knowingly. The tension from earlier was gone. Everyone looked at each other, winked at each other, and almost burst out laughing. Just then, the military officer at the door waved his hand and said loudly, "Zhang Feng, you are suspected of abusing your power for personal gain, filling your own pockets with shoddy goods, sabotaging military supplies, and having a large amount of assets of unknown origin. The 2nd Brigade of the military police is here to arrest you. This is the arrest warrant. Take her away." A few soldiers rushed in from behind the military officer and handcuffed Zhang Feng's hands. They dragged her out of the house. "What are you doing? How dare you? I'm going to report you to the military law office. The chief will not let you go." Zhang Feng struggled and screamed. She looked up and saw a tall man standing behind the 4 military police officers with his back facing her. He was wearing a black general's uniform, and the star and leaf on his shoulder glowed. Hearing Zhang Feng scream, the man turned around and looked at her calmly. His gaze was calm and serious. It was Hua Xiaoheng. This was the first night watch. Today was the first day of November. The guaranteed monthly votes for marriage seekers. And recommendation votes. The 2nd night watch was 1 p.m. The 3rd night watch. I hope everyone can vote more monthly. I'll try my best to write the 3rd night watch. Mwah. Chapter 340. Hua. Hua Xiao, why are you here? Zhang Feng's expression changed and her heart started pounding. She had a bad feeling about this. But remembering that Grandfather Hua was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, no matter how heartless he would not allow others to torture his grandfather. She stammered, "Hua Xiao, what's going on? The chief is resting upstairs. What they're doing is disrespecting the chief and the Hua family. Zhang Feng was trying to incite Hua Xiaoheng's anger. She knew that a man like Hua Xiaoheng was not interested in money, power, or women. The only things that could tempt him were fame and glory. The Hua family's fame and glory should be what he valued the most, right? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked straight ahead, ignoring her. I'm here to take my grandfather home. Please move aside. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock and she could not help but shout, Hua Xiao. Didn't you see how they treated me? What would the chief think if he saw this? The Hua family has such high prestige in the military, are they going to let them humiliate me like this? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and glared coldly at Zhang Feng. His tone was filled with undisguised disgust. Head nurse Zhang, I think you don't understand something. Your surname is Zhang, not Hua. What has it got to do with the Hua family? But I... Zhang Feng trembled at Hua Xiaoheng's cold stare. She stumbled back and looked at Hua Xiaoheng in fear. She was panicking. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and walked into Zhang Feng's suite expressionlessly. The few orderlies he brought with him also followed and crowded around him. Zhang Feng could not help but shout, Hua Xiao, are you really not afraid? Do you really want me to say something nice? Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked up at the ceiling at the entrance. With both hands in his trouser pockets, he turned around quietly and said to Zhang Feng, you can say whatever you want, it's none of my business. He shrugged and nodded to the captain of the military police beside Zhang Feng. You can take her away now. Zhang Feng opened her mouth to reveal her true relationship with grandfather Hua, but just as the words were about to leave her mouth, she suddenly realized that she couldn't. Hua Xiaoheng had already made it clear that he wouldn't help her. If she revealed her relationship with grandfather Hua, the Hua family would be humiliated, but grandfather Hua would be the one who would suffer the most. He might lose his military rank and status. Without old Master Hua's military rank and status, it wouldn't matter even if she married him. How would grandfather Hua's scandal affect Hua Xiaoheng's grandson? Perhaps it wouldn't affect him at all, and people might even sympathize with him. Zhang Feng's expression changed several times in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling her, but she had no choice but to shut up. This feeling of being forced made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Feng gritted her teeth and said to Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui, don't worry, go look for grandfather Hua immediately. He'll vouch for me. I'll be fine. You talk too much. A military policeman frowned, took out a piece of tape, and slapped it on Zhang Feng's mouth so that she couldn't speak anymore. At the same time, he took out a paper bag and placed it over her head, covering her head. Just like that, he brought her out. All the family and friends in the room were dumbfounded and speechless. Hua Xiaoheng walked in step by step, and a few orderlies stood guard by his side, watching the surroundings vigilantly. All the guests could do was make way for him and watch in awe as he walked towards the staircase. Zhang Baoqin ran in, panting, and chased after Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao! Hua Xiao! All the family and friends in the room finally snapped out of their daze and immediately dispersed, leaving the Zhang's duplex suite. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop walking until he reached the second floor. He turned to look at Zhang Baoqin, who was being separated by the orderlies, and asked calmly, where's my grandfather? Over there. Zhang Baoqin had a lot of questions to ask, but in the face of Hua Xiaoheng's powerful aura, he immediately shriveled up and pointed to the door at the end of the second floor. Right there. Hua Xiaoheng walked over with the orderlies. He knocked on the door first, but there was no response. Chief, let us in. One of the orderlies stepped forward and turned the doorknob. The bedroom door opened with a click. Hua Xiaoheng walked in first and said to the orderlies, wait here. No one is to come in. Yes, Chief. A few orderlies stood guard at the door with their guns. Zhang Baochen was so scared he didn't even dare to breathe, and went downstairs in trepidation. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie stood guard beside Qian Shihui, their faces pale. When they saw Zhang Baochen come down, they quickly asked quietly, "What happened? Did you ask Hua Xiao?" Zhang Baochen looked like he was about to cry and shook his head. Hua Xiao went to see father. In the bedroom on the second floor, Hua Xiaoheng stood in front of grandfather Hua's bed with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other playing with a round gold coin. Grandfather Hua's eyes were closed, and his breathing was long and deep. He was fast asleep. Hua Xiaoheng waited for a while and saw that grandfather Hua didn't show any signs of waking up, so he didn't wake him up. He looked around the room alone. The heater in the room was on high, and Hua Xiaoheng could feel sweat on his back after standing for a while. He looked down at grandfather Hua, who was covered tightly with the eiderdown blanket, and then looked at the adjusted temperature in the room. He shook his head helplessly, and finally opened the floor-to-ceiling windows to walk out to the balcony. The night of the first day of the Lunar New Year in the imperial capital was bone-chillingly cold, and a breath seemed to freeze. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep puff. It had been a busy day. He took Gu Nianji to General Ji's and Speaker Long's houses for New Year's greetings, settled the arrest warrant from the military police, and the administrative order to freeze the bank accounts. Then he sent Gu Nianji back to the military base, and he met up with grandfather Hua's orderlies and the captain of the military police to arrest the Zhangs. Everything was going smoothly, and everything was going according to his plan. Hua Xiaoheng smoked for half an hour on the balcony when he heard movement in the room. He threw the rest of the cigarette into the bin, opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, and walked in, closing the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. Grandfather Hua propped himself up from the bed and squinted at him. "Xiaoheng, why are you here?" Although he looked surprised and angry, he was actually overjoyed. After running away once, his grandson had finally bowed down. It seemed like Xiaoheng was still filial. Grandfather Hua put on his coat and sat on the bed. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. "Sit, have you eaten?" Hua Xiaoheng had eaten breakfast in the morning, and had been busy since then, so he hadn't eaten anything. However, he didn't tell grandfather Hua the truth. He nodded lightly. "Yes." He looked at grandfather Hua and said, "Grandfather, let's go back. You can't live here anymore soon." "Why can't you live here anymore?" Grandfather Hua looked at him sternly. "This is little Zhang's house. I can live here as long as I want." "Really?" Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his fingers and sat down on the single sofa next to grandfather Hua's bed. "But this place will be sealed soon. How are you going to live here? Are you going to tell the military police that you bought this place for head nurse Zhang?" "Nonsense." Grandfather Hua's face darkened. "Why will it be sealed? Is it because you haven't paid back the loan?" He looked at Hua Xiaoheng again. After struggling for a long time, he softened his tone. "Xiaoheng, grandfather knows that you and your grandmother are close, but grandfather also loves you. Do you have the heart to see your grandfather all alone? Although grandfather is old, he still wants someone to accompany him. I never said I wouldn't let grandfather remarry." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and rested both hands on the sofa armrests. His posture was very relaxed. "But Zhang Feng can't." "Why not?" "She's too greedy and ambitious." Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the house. "Grandfather, you know this, right? With Zhang Feng's wealth, how could she buy so many houses in the imperial capital? Don't mention loans. I know she didn't take a single cent. She bought the houses with cash." Grandfather Hua was silent for a long time before he said vaguely, "You and I know about these things. Isn't that how everyone goes through it? I can't give her a title, so I should compensate her in other ways." Hu Xiaoheng put his legs down and sat up straight. His expression became serious. Grandfather, do you know what Zhang Feng did? If you say you condoned it, are you going to bear the consequences with her? It was the second watch. 7 p.m., try to get the third watch. The first day of November. Hurry up and vote for your relatives. Mwah. Chapter 341. Didn't she just introduce someone to the logistics department for a few transactions? What consequences could there be? Grandfather Hu waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't make a fuss. There are no fish when the water is too clear, and there are no disciples when one is too observant. Xiaoheng, you're still young. Grandfather, the person she introduced is involved in 5.3 billion in illegal profits. The military audit office is currently investigating their transactions, and they are about to send the money to Italy. Hu Xiaoheng interrupted Grandfather Hu's words and dropped the bombshell on him. Grandfather Hu's face twitched. What did you say? 5.3 billion. Yes, and she's not only the middleman, she's also one of the shareholders of the company. That's against military regulations for middlemen. Hu Xiaoheng watched Grandfather Hu's reaction closely. He was an old man after all, and Hu Xiaoheng didn't want Grandfather Hu to fall ill from anger because of this. Because it wasn't worth it. Grandfather Hu's breathing grew heavy. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Looking at his grandfather, whose face had turned ashen in an instant, Hu Xiaoheng seemed to see his grandmother lying in bed 18 years ago. When she heard that her grandfather wouldn't be coming to see her, her face had also turned ashen. Time flies. What changes is human nature, and what doesn't change is human nature. You know the Zhang family's background better than I do. You also know that she doesn't have the ability to swallow such a large sum of money. Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly. And she used shoddy goods to fill her own pockets, and attempted to send the money overseas during the audit. Are you aware of this? Shoddy goods to fill her own pockets? Fill her own pockets. And even attempted to send the money overseas. Grandfather Hu gripped the blanket with both hands. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could she have the guts? Someone who's afraid to even walk at night. Ha! Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to persuade him anymore. He stood up and calmly reminded Grandfather Hu, Grandfather, I've said what I wanted to say. You decide what to do next. Someone would come and close the door of this house tomorrow. They'll have to cough up the money, and all the properties under Zhang Feng and her son's name will be confiscated. Because it's all stolen money, we have to recover it. Unable to vent his anger, Grandfather Hu was so angry that he threw the quilt and pillows on the bed to the floor. Holding onto the bed frame, he stood up and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. The house has been sealed. Where will your third uncle and his family live? I have to bring them back. Although I don't have a third uncle, as long as you're happy with who you want to bring back. Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly. It'll be even more interesting when the police go to the military compound to arrest people. What did you say? Police arrest people? Arrest who? Grandfather Hu felt that something was wrong. What did you do to Zhang Feng? I didn't do anything. Hu Xiaoheng denied it flatly. I was just reminding the military audit office that someone was desperate and wanted to secretly transfer the money away. She won't. I believe she wouldn't do such a thing. Grandfather Hu was very emotional. He walked a few steps forward in his slippers and waved his arms loudly. Let her see me. Confront her face to face. It's too late. Hu Xiaoheng followed behind Grandfather Hu and shook his head. The military police have already arrested head nurse Zhang. Arrested? What right do they have to arrest my people? Grandfather Hu turned around abruptly and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. And you say you didn't do anything? If it wasn't for you, would she, a military doctor, be able to mobilize the military police to arrest people? Hu Xiaoheng shrugged. If that's what you think, I have nothing to say. But she's not a military doctor, she's just a nurse. Don't remember wrongly. Doctors and nurses are different. Grandfather Hu was furious. He grabbed his coat and put it on. I have to go find old Ji. I can't just arrest her like this. At this point, Grandfather Hu still refused to come to his senses. Hu Xiaoheng knew that there was nothing else he could do. Even if there was a way, he didn't want to use it. He stood in the middle of Grandfather Hu's bedroom with a sullen face and watched as Grandfather Hu buttoned up his coat with trembling hands and walked out. Father. Grandfather. Zhang Baoqin, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie saw Grandfather Hu coming down from the second floor and rushed over. Father. A few soldiers took mother away just now. Zhang Baoqin was extremely anxious. Can you go and see now? Grandfather. It was so scary just now. Where's eldest cousin? Didn't he go up just now? Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna surrounded Grandfather Hu on both sides and chattered non-stop. Their voices came one after another, like a swarm of bees buzzing in Grandfather Hu's ears. Grandfather Hu waved his hand weakly and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Looking at the fine Middle Eastern plush floral carpet on the floor, he said slowly, I need to find out more about your mother. As for you guys. He looked up at the four anxious faces in front of him. Do you have any other places to stay? The house under your mother's name is probably uninhabitable. Huh? Why? Zhang Baoqin was shocked. Why can't we stay? This is our home. We don't have any loans. We don't owe the bank money. Don't ask so much first. I'm just asking if you have any other places to stay. Grandfather Hu's face darkened as he scolded Zhang Baoqin. You're the backbone of the family when something happened to your mother. How can a man cry like this? Look at yourself. Zhang Baoqin had never experienced something like this in his entire life. Although he was an illegitimate child, he had an illustrious father. He had always been the most pampered one in his maternal grandmother's family. When he grew up, under Zhang Feng's protection, he developed the habit of not taking responsibility. He had his mother to earn money, his wife to have children, a nanny to take care of the children, and servants to take care of the household chores. All he had to do was go to work and go home to chat with Grandfather Hu. He never thought that his biological mother would be taken away by the military police one day. Father, don't you have a house under your name? It's in Jichuan precinct. Let's go there. Zhang Wenna saw that her father was not doing anything and had to make the decision herself. Qian Shihui quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Let's go to Jichuan precinct. Grandfather Hu stood up in relief when he saw that they had a place to stay. Let's not waste any more time. Quickly pack up and move out. The four members of the Zhang family and the servants packed up together. Hu Xiaoheng walked through the chaos and came to Grandfather Hu's side. Grandfather, please. Grandfather Hu's face darkened as he left Xiaoyang with him. They returned to the Hu residence in the military headquarters. Grandfather Hu and Hu Xiaoheng did not say a word on the way back. They returned to the Hu residence in silence. Hu Xiaoheng did not even get out of the car. He watched as the metal gates opened and Hu Guanqin and Hu Jialan came out to take Grandfather Hu in. The next day, the largest trading company in Z City, Desheng Industries, discovered that their bank accounts had been frozen. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the company's chairman, Zhao De, personally went to the bank to inquire. Chairman Zhao, you almost screwed us over. Your company is currently being audited by the military, and you didn't tell us. Companies that are audited by the military are not allowed to remit funds overseas before the audit is complete. Don't you know this rule? It was the third watch. On the first day of November, the relatives looked at their ticket folders. There were no monthly tickets left. Mwah. Chapter 342. Zhao Da's face fell. He was tongue-tied for a long time before he managed to say, "How is that possible? We have people above us. Like hell we have people." The bank manager in charge of Desheng's accounts rolled his eyes. "People above us will be audited by the military. Are you stupid?" Zhao De glared at the arrogant big account manager, his face turning purple with anger. In the past, when she saw him from afar, she would call him Boss Zhao, Boss Zhao, Boss Zhao, calling him more affectionately than her own father. As soon as something went wrong, he would immediately turn hostile. "Just you wait. I'll go back and ask. I'll make you swallow everything you've said today. My people above us, they'll scare you to death." Humph. Zhao De stormed out of the bank and called his son as soon as he got into his car. His son Zhao Liangshan married the Zhang family's daughter, Zhang Xiaozue, because of the Zhang family's relationship with the military. Otherwise, with their family's wealth, why would they rush to marry a girl from a poor family? That girl was just average looking. If it wasn't for her aunt's connections, the Zhang family would only be servants for the Zhao family. "Liangshan, have you reached your aunt's house?" Zhao De asked as soon as the call went through. "Tell her to get the chief to help. Our bank accounts have been frozen." Zhao Liangshan sat on the sofa in Zhang Baochen's living room, stammering as he didn't know how to answer his father. He, his father-in-law Zhang Qing, and his wife Zhang Xiaozue had flown overnight to the capital. They had just arrived at the Zhang family when they received the bad news from Zhang Baochen. Zhang Feng had been arrested by the military police. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Zhao De panicked. "If you're not saying anything, get your father-in-law to talk to me." Zhao Liangshan quickly passed the phone to his father-in-law and said bitterly, "It's my dad, what's up?" "My family's bank account was still frozen. My dad lost his temper." Zhang Qing took the phone immediately, his face full of smiles. "In-law, why are you calling so early in the morning? We just arrived in the capital and haven't had the chance to visit my sister and brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law? When did you have a brother-in-law?" Zhao De was shocked. "Your sister. Hadn't she been a mistress all her life?" Zhao De didn't dare to finish his sentence. He only muttered in his heart. Zhang Qing forced a smile. "Why can't I have a brother-in-law? My sister has been with the bureau chief her whole life. She can't possibly be nameless, right? My sister said that after the new year, she'll get married to the bureau chief. Doesn't that make him my brother-in-law?" "Ah. Really? This is a joyous occasion." When Zhao De heard this, he was overjoyed. He looked up at the hazy sky above him, which seemed to be blue and shiny. "Ha ha ha ha, when will the banquet be held?" "Do you want to hold a banquet in our city?" "Let me tell you, as long as you bring the bureau chief back, I'll book the biggest restaurant in the city for 3 days and 3 nights. I can even afford to treat everyone in the city." We'll talk about it when the time comes. My sister is a practical person and doesn't like to be high profile. Besides, it won't be good for the chief." When Zhang Qing said this, he saw Zhang Baochen glaring at him and gesturing for him not to say anything. But how could he not say anything? If he didn't say anything, this in-laws would turn on him at any moment. "That's good too. Take your time. Oh yes, about our company's bank account, find a chance to mention it to your brother-in-law. Ask him to get someone to call our bank and unfreeze it. It's no trouble at all. It's just a phone call." Zhao De wasn't worried at all now. Their previous relationship was shady. Although there were benefits, it wasn't secure. Now that she could be the bureau chief's wife, the Zhang family's status was even more extraordinary. Even the **** would probably have to visit them for New Year's. He turned to look at the tall building of the bank and snorted softly. The VIP account manager who gave him a hard time just now was waiting to see when he would kneel and call him Daddy. Zhang Qing hung up the phone. The smile on his face disappeared. He paced around the living room in frustration. He asked Zhang Baoqin, "Where's the bureau chief? Your mother was arrested by the military police. Isn't he going to do anything? He even said that after being with him for so many years, he should have feelings for even a dog, let alone a human life, right?" Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie pouted at their granduncle's vulgar words. They dawdled in the living room for a while. Then they said to Zhang Baoqin, "Dad, we want to go back to the Huo family to move our things." They were chased out on New Year's Eve. They didn't move a single thing. Everything was left there. Qian Shihui didn't like Zhang Cheng's arrogant attitude. She tugged at Zhang Baoqin, "We haven't moved our things yet. Why don't we go and move our things since we have nothing to do today? We can also look for Grandpa." Zhang Qing overheard them and asked, "What's going on? Where are we going to move?" He looked around the house. "Aren't you staying in the military compound? Why are you staying here?" Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui didn't want to talk about it. They only smiled. "Our kids are all grown up. They want to live on their own, so we moved out." Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie didn't say a word and waited to leave. Zhang Cheng and Zhao Liangshan looked at each other and communicated. They said to Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui, "Shall we go with you? We can even help you move." They could also meet the legendary general, Grandpa Hua. Zhang Baoqin waved his hand. "No, you don't have a pass. You can't go in. You have a pass." Zhang Qing stuck his head out curiously. "Let me see what it looks like. How long will it take to get one?" "We'll get one just the same. Even if we have the other conditions, we'll have to wait until next year." Qian Shihui didn't want to waste time with them anymore. Zhang Xiaozui rolled her eyes and stood up. Cousin-in-law, can't your cousin-in-law's husband go and broaden his horizons? Didn't they say that the general has a very high position? Can't we even have relatives visiting? I don't believe it. Qian Shihui and Zhang Baoqin exchanged awkward looks. Zhang Xiaozui was right. They could enter immediately if they had relatives visiting, but they had to have someone from the military to vouch for them. Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui were no longer considered residents of the military district. In fact, they didn't even know if their passes were still valid. They had originally planned to get the sentries to pass the message if they couldn't get in. Grandpa Huo would definitely send an orderly to bring them in to move their things. But it wouldn't make sense if they brought Zhang Qing and Zhao Liangshan. They didn't think Hu Xiaoheng would let them in. They discussed and discussed, but before they could leave, a few more people in police uniform came to the door. They knocked and asked, "Is Zhang Baoqin in?" Zhang Baoqin's heart skipped a beat. He opened the door and asked, "Yes, I am. What do you need?" One of the police officers handed him a form for him to sign. "This is your property, right?" "Yes, please sign here." "Sign what?" Zhang Baoqin was confused. He picked up the form and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. He quickly said, "Are you mistaken? How can you blame me for the mess with Deshang Industries? I have nothing to do with this company at all." Although he was related by marriage to Deshang's chairman, he had nothing to do with Deshang Industries. These were two different matters. The police officer glanced at him and took out a notarized share certificate and threw it in front of him. "Look at this yourself. Your name is on the list of shareholders of Deshang Industries Limited. Although you are only a minor shareholder, you are still one of the owners of the company. Deshang Industries is insolvent. According to the law, all the owners of the company have to compensate for the losses caused to the company according to the size of the shares. If you don't have the money to pay, all your assets will be auctioned off to pay off the debt, including your house. When did I become a shareholder? Zhang Baochun's eyes bulged. Are you kidding me? I never knew about this. He looked at his wife, Qian Shihui, for help. Qian Shihui blushed. Zhang Baochun's position as a minor shareholder was secretly arranged by Qian Shihui after she mentioned it to Zhang Feng. It was to give their family more assets. Zhang Feng's 20% shares in Deshang Industries were all given to her by Zhao De. She didn't spend a single cent on it. In order to put Zhang Feng at ease, Zhao De agreed to her request and gave Zhang Baochun 5% of the shares as a bonus. Zhao De owned 65% of the shares, and the remaining 10% was held by his family. Qian Shihui usually handled the shareholders' meetings and dividends on Zhang Baochun's behalf. Zhang Baochun really didn't know about it. What does it matter if you knew or not? You're a shareholder legally, so your assets have to be used to pay off the debt. The police ignored his excuses and pointed at the form. Sign it. This was the first watch. Guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. 1 in the afternoon on the second watch. Do we still need the third watch today? Let's hope the relatives vote more monthly. Mwah. Chapter 343. A pen was shoved into Zhang Baochun's hands, but he trembled for a long time and still couldn't sign it. Finally, he mustered his courage and said, I won't sign it. You won't sign it. Unless you're not Zhang Baochun, you have to sign it. The police officer said firmly, it's written clearly on the paper. If you don't sign it, you'll be detained. It's not that I don't want to sign it, I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer to represent me, and I'll sign it after I'm clear. Zhang Baochun finally regained his senses and put down the pen, refusing to sign it. A lawyer? The police officer was taken aback. Do you have a lawyer? Needing a lawyer just to sign something, rich people really have a lot of problems. I do, I'll call my lawyer right now. Zhang Baochun was in a rush to get the best lawyer to represent him in dealing with the police. The crimes committed by Deshang Industries were still within the scope of the military's internal audit, and because of Zhang Feng's relationship with grandfather Hua, the military had no intention of taking it to court. The police were only there to help the military verify basic information, and were not sent by the court. Therefore, it was completely legal for Zhang Baochun to get a lawyer to represent him. If he wanted a lawyer, the police couldn't stop him. Then call them right now. The police officer took back the form. We'll wait here. Zhang Baochun's face was tense as he turned around and went inside. He went to the study on the second floor, turned on his computer, and quickly searched the internet for the best law firms in the country, but all his calls were answered with voicemail. It was the second day of the new year, and even if there were any on duty, it was almost noon now, and perhaps lunchtime. A sweet robotic voice sounded from the phone. Hello, if there's an emergency, please call 110. If it's a criminal case, please press 1. If it's a financial case, please press 2. If it's a legal representative, please press 3. He pressed a series of numbers, but it only went to a voicemail for him to leave a message. How could Zhang Baochun have time to leave a message? The police were waiting outside, and if he didn't call a lawyer over immediately, they wouldn't let him go. He anxiously searched the imperial capital's local website, trying to find a reliable law firm that could also hire people to be his agent. His mouse pointed to a law firm called Monarch Descends. This law firm was established not long ago and was not considered big. It had a team of less than 15 people, but its boss was very powerful. According to the online introduction, he was a partner of the largest law firm in the United States and a tenured professor at Harvard Law School. He had fought a long list of cases, and one of them was against the U.S. military. This lawyer even dared to defy the U.S. military, let alone the Huaxia Empire. Zhang Baochen rubbed his chin and quickly browsed through the law firm's website before making a call. Hello, this is the Monarch Descends Law Office. How may we help you today? It was actually not an electronic voice message system. Zhang Baochen became even more agitated. He tugged at his bow tie and asked eagerly, Hello, I'm in urgent need of a lawyer to represent me. Could you please send one over immediately? The voice on the other side of the phone seemed to pause for a moment, then said politely, Can you tell me the details? It's the second day of the Lunar New Year right now, so it's not easy for us to find someone, but we'll try our best to find you a suitable lawyer, so please tell me the details. Zhang Baochen hurriedly explained the situation and added. They're outside right now and want me to sign a form, but I don't know if I should sign it. The woman on the other side of the phone paused for a moment, as if taking notes, then quickly asked, How did the police determine that Deshang Industries is insolvent? It shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? I don't know either. Zhang Baochen didn't want to talk about the military. He had finally found a reliable person to answer the phone, and it wasn't an electronic voice. He was worried that he would scare her away. Mr. Zhang, you have to tell me the truth. If you tell me half of the truth, you're not harming us, but yourself. The woman's voice was very gentle. No matter how things go, we will still charge you, so all the losses will be borne by you. Think again, is there anything else you haven't said? Zhang Baochen was defeated by this woman, so he had no choice but to tell her everything he knew bit by bit. There was a pause for a full 2 minutes, so long that Zhang Baochen thought she was going to hang up. In the end, he heard her say, Okay, we'll take it. Where are you? I can find a lawyer of our firm to represent you. Huh? Really? Zhang Baochen heaved a sigh of relief, feeling alive again. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, I'm at room 1043, Block C of Baolong Court, Sichuan District, 4th Ring Road. Can he come over immediately? The woman smiled. I'll give him a call right away. May I know how to address you? My surname is Wen Shi. Wen Shi put down the phone and laughed softly. She didn't celebrate the Lunar New Year here, so the first and second days of the Lunar New Year were meaningless to her. She had come to the law firm alone to prepare materials and prepare for her classes, but she didn't expect to get a job like this. She sent the payment information to Zhang Baochen, asking him to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan first, and the lawyer's fees would be deducted from the deposit. Zhang Baochen quickly transferred 100,000 yuan over. When Shi saw that the money had been transferred and called Lawyer Jean. Lawyer Jean, someone is looking for a legal representative. It's urgent. Are you free? Lawyer Jean had been fired from JD Law Firm because he lost by Jeannie's case. Other law firms in Imperial Capital didn't want to hire him because they were afraid of offending the Bai family. Only the foreign law firm, the Sovereign Descends, gave him a chance. He was trying his best to get back at them and win back his honor as the lead lawyer. He was having lunch with friends and relatives when he received Wen Shi's call, but he quickly agreed. No problem. Where is he? I'll go right away. Wen Shi nodded with satisfaction. I've sent the details to your email. You'll see it right away. The person's name is Zhang Baochen. His address is room 1043, Block C of Baolong Court, Sichuan District, 4th Ring Road. His phone number is 136X*X*X. Okay, got it. Lawyer Jean unlocked his phone and saw that Wen Shi had already sent an email to his work inbox. He opened it and skimmed through it. He was immediately excited. Wen Shi's memo was very well done. Not only did it detail the ins and outs of the case, but it also introduced the people behind it. For example, Zhang Baochen was only a manager in a financial company, but his mother, Zhang Feng, was the head nurse of Huashuanong, the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. Although Huashuanong had retired, he still held the rank of general. His son, Huo Guanchen, was the director of the military political department, and his grandson was the famous Major General Hua Shaoheng. Jin Dazhuang couldn't be more familiar with this string of names. Bai Jini's lawsuit was against the Hua family. Luo Xinchue, whom Bai Jini was accused of murdering, was the widow of the Hua family's eldest son, the late Colonel Hua Guanyuan. He'd seen Hua Shaoheng in court. When he thought of Hua Shaoheng, he couldn't help but think of Gu Nianji, who had caused him to lose so badly. Lawyer Jin, as Hua Xuanong's head nurse, is Zhang Feng close or distant to him? Wen Shi had just arrived in Huaxia Empire and didn't know much about these relationships. Jin Dazhuang put on his Bluetooth headset and took out his iPad to highlight key points as he walked out. He said to Wen Shi on the other end of the line, "Lawyer Wen, the chief's nurses have a lot of power. Sometimes, they can even control the chief's daily schedule and decide who he sees and who he doesn't. Even the chief's wife can't compare to their relationship with the chief at times." Oh. Really? Wen Shi was very interested. Then who is qualified to be a nurse? If it's in the military, it has to be at least a commander or a general, the same standard as a personal secretary. Jin Dazhuang said politely, "I'll have to look into the details. If Lawyer Wen is interested, I can send it to you after I'm done." "Oh, it's okay, I was just saying." When Shi turned on her computer and searched online, "Hurry up, he's going to be anxious." Jin Dazhuang put down the phone and got into his car, quickly arriving at Jichuan Precinct on the 4th Ring Road. There were very few people on the road on the second day of the Lunar New Year. He found Zhang Baochen's residence and called him. "May I ask if you are Mr. Zhang?" "I'm Lawyer Jin from Sovereign Law Firm." It was the second watch. "Try to get to the third watch at 7 p.m. First day of November. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes." Wax. Oh, __. Oh. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.